who may be watching, we have some people here as well in our council chambers. Momentarily, we're going to go to a special closed session with conference with legal counsel, deciding whether to initiate litigation. And before we do that, we'll open it up to any public comment. So we'll just wait momentarily, and we're looking here in the chambers, and we'll wait for our assistant city manager to see if anyone's called in.
Great. And just a reminder to those who are joining us virtually, to join by telephone, you can dial toll-free 833-568-8864. And the meeting ID number for this closed public comments is 161-384-4440. And you can raise your hand if you're joining us virtually. And it looks like interesting. I see here we have 7 panelists and the attendees. Let me go back and see if there's anyone else. Clementine, are you seeing any attendees? I have it showing here on Zoom as one attendee, but no actual name or nowhere for me to let them speak. Do you see that on your screen?
I see the same thing, Matt. I was hoping you'd be able to see them.
I do not. So
I wonder if they could still do *6 and still speak. Would that work?
I've never seen this before in all the time I've used Zoom, where it lists one attendee but doesn't have anyone.
So maybe you lost them twice, remember?
It could be. Allow here, let's rejoin.
Recording in progress.
We don't have an attendee anymore, and one new panelist just joined, so maybe one of us just switched.
Yep, probably. That's probably.
Yeah.
That is correct. That's likely me signing in as the Monterey Public Library. So we have no public comments, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Well, in that case, we'll adjourn to a closed session.
Great.
And
we'll use the other link.
Progress.
That wasn't me. I wasn't a ventriloquist there. So welcome to our afternoon regular council meeting. It most likely will be a short one. We'll have a consent agenda to look at. But before we start, I'm going to ask that our excellent staff explain how you can participate in this meeting if you should wish to do that. And also, you'll have an opportunity, I would encourage you under public comments, if you have any comments about our closed session items, that would be a good time to do that as well. So public comments and comments about our closed session.
So for those of us attending in person in the council chamber, those of you, I'm sorry, the city of Monterey is committed to the safe public attendance of its public meetings. Masks are required for all who attend in person, regardless of vaccination status, except for those who are younger than 2 years old or have a medical condition that prevents wearing a mask. We ask that attendees in the council chamber keep phones and devices muted to prevent audio interference and feedback with the hybrid meeting.
If you aren't joining us in person here at the council chambers, there are two ways to participate in the meeting. The first is to join directly on ZoomGov using the Zoom app on your computer or mobile device. And the second is to join by calling into the meeting via telephone. To join us on Zoom via your computer, smartphone, or telephone, please use the link or the phone number on the agenda located at isearchmonterey.org. And since the meeting has already started, you'll find the agenda under the recent tab. To join us by telephone, please dial toll-free 833-568-8864 and then enter the meeting ID number, which is 160-618-0345 £. And then when you're prompted to enter a participant ID, please press pound one more time. Detailed instructions on how to use Zoom is available on our website at monterey.org/public meetings. To make a public comment, you can raise your hand virtually using the app or by pressing the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. If you've dialed in by phone, please raise your hand by dialing *9 and then unmute yourself again by dialing *6. You must do both. Public commenters will be muted until it's their turn to speak. And we'll be calling on each public speaker in the order of their hands raised and ask that everyone stay within the time limit established for today's meeting. Today's meeting is also being streamed live on the city's YouTube account, which is available at youtube.com/City of Monterey with a 10-second delay. And then also on Comcast channel 25, which has a 90-second delay. And as always, we look forward to receiving public comment this afternoon.
Well, good. Well, thank you, Clementine and Nat, for that excellent information. I think by now, probably many folks know the drill. In the meetings I've been to, a lot of folks are able to phone in if they can't be here in person or to participate by Zoom. So we're glad you're able to join us. So we'll call our meeting to order and note that your caring city council members are all here. Dan Albert, Alan Hoffa on Zoom, Ed Smith here in the chambers, Tyler Williamson also on Zoom, and me, honored to be your mayor, Clyde Roberson. So public comments allows you, the public, to speak for a maximum of 3 minutes on any subject within the jurisdiction of the Monterey City Council and what is not on the agenda. This is your opportunity to bring anything that you wish to us. And as always, if you leave a contact and need some city services, our staff will be getting back to you very quickly. We hear just how well that happens throughout the community. And with that, this is also an opportunity to talk about our closed session items if anyone wishes to do so. So I will ask if there's anyone here in the chambers who wants to speak on anything not on the agenda. Seeing no one, let's find out if there's anyone who has joined us digitally.
We have Jean Rash who's joined us on Zoom, and we invite her to say a few words. Welcome, Jean.
Hi, thank you. First, the compliment. I had asked Nat that it was so frustrating to have the agenda disappear from the list of city council meetings, and within 2 days, he and Clementine fixed it so that it doesn't disappear at the start of the city council meetings, which now allows all of us to come in a couple minutes late or reference it in the future. So kudos to that fast fix. The problem is I'm calling again for the fourth time to again express my huge frustration with the ever increasing trash problem on or near our highway on-ramps. You know, I know that you think you're doing a lot. Alan, your missive on Nextdoor was great. We should get that on our website so that we can reference people to it. But we need more. On the website, we could put the mayor's letter to Caltrans and the city manager's letters to Caltrans, but we really need more leadership from you. The five of you, I think Mr. Usler is really bending over backwards for the city. The public is doing our part. We elected Biden, who is gonna do a lot of tax changes to close the tax inequities, the wealth inequities with tax reform. We have these millions and millions of dollars that Newsom says are coming to fix the housing and the trash. The public is already giving. We give to Gathering Place for Women, we give to the Salvation Army, we give to Interim. And what we're seeing is the social contract is broken and our beautiful city is broken and trashed. And the promise that I have tacitly lived with all my life, that if I worked hard and I had compassion for others and I contributed muscle and money, that not only would I have shelter, but everyone else would have shelter to their means, has been trashed. We now see that the land is trampled and abused, the mentally ill wander randomly, and housing is inadequate. And we really need more. You have volunteers that would pick up the garbage on the on-ramps. I don't think that because you say it's Caltrans' responsibility, that means that we can't go in there together as citizens. I think you're afraid of liability. I'm kind of tired of that. And we can have housing vouchers, we can have motel vouchers if we run into people that are still living there. More has to be done.
Thank you, Jean. And we will go next to Tanja Roos. I apologize for the pronunciation, and welcome.
Hi there, good afternoon. You're not alone in mispronouncing my name. My name is Tanja Roos, and I'm here today on behalf of the Blue Zones Project of Monterey County. Thank you for having me. Hello, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, City Manager. I've had the good opportunity of meeting many of you, and I wanted to come today just to introduce myself and share a little bit about the Blue Zones Project work that is now unfolding here in the beautiful city of Monterey, as well as Marina and Seaside. The Blue Zones Project is a community well-being improvement initiative, and we work in close collaboration with schools and grocery stores and restaurants across the community, trying to bring and make healthier choices easier for the general public and general population. Mr. Mayor and the City Manager, we were grateful to have you join our official ribbon cutting ceremony about a week and a half ago or so. Those of you in the community may have seen our office open on Washington Street, 451 Washington Street. But we're so excited to be working here now in the community. We were out at the farmers market at Del Monte Center on Friday, and I can't even tell you how many Montereyites approached us enthusiastically, curious about how they can get involved. So I wanted to just introduce myself today and also share that we'll be hosting a whole series of free events throughout the community to be celebrating our kickoff. So I wanted to mention that we'll be having free drive-in movies at the Monterey County Fairground. We're showing Finding Dory, so a fun event for the family and an opportunity for the community to learn more about Blue Zones Project work. That's this coming weekend on Saturday and Sunday. We'll be doing 2 showings in English on Saturday and 1 showing in Spanish on Sunday. Again, 100% free. We'll also be doing yoga on Colton Hall in your beautiful grassy space, getting folks to move naturally and be healthy. That's September 4th, again, free to the community. We'll be cleaning up the beach on Del Monte Beach on September 7th. So encouraging folks to come on out and join in the fun there. And just really looking forward to finding more ways to collaborate with you all at the council, city staff, looking for ways to, again, make healthy choices easier and improve the quality of life and general happiness here on Monterey Bay. So please feel free to stop into our offices, and I'll look forward to meeting many of you and learning more about where we can support your great work in the city of Monterey. Thank you.
Thanks for calling in. And that concludes public comment for items not on today's agenda.
Okay, we always thank our public for their comments. And since they're not agenda items, obviously we can't debate them and discuss them, but I did want to just make a quick notice that the city has been in contact, me personally, with Senator John Laird about the encampments on our highway. Had an excellent meeting with his staff, and they've encouraged us, and they will be encouraging Caltrans to work on prioritizing the encampments that we have brought to their attention. So the city is interacting with the state and Caltrans weekly, and we're hoping that we will see some results. The art form here is to get on the priority list. It goes from 1 to 4, and I think a case can be easily made that this is a health and safety issue for not only the public, but the campers as well. So I just wanted to let our callers and viewers know that your city is not sitting on its hands, that we're doing everything we possibly can to ameliorate that situation. So did we have anyone who wanted to pull the consent from the public or any of our council members? Remove a consent item?
None that have been expressed to us in advance of the meeting. We did receive some public comments, which we've posted on our website, as we always do. And I don't see any attendees who have joined us virtually with their hands raised.
All right, and anyone here in the chambers want to have a presentation, anything on the consent? I don't see any. I'll bring it back to the council.
Move to approve.
A motion to approve. And
Second.
Second. I want to make a quick comment. Item 2, we're awarding 2 citywide fuel reduction job order contracts because it's very important to our city to work on fuel reduction. And it's going to be a CIP, other funds, as well as we expect the NCIP, as they always do, to step up to the plate as well, because this is almost always their #1 priority, fuel reduction to keep our neighborhoods safe. Then item 2, I appreciate, I'm sorry, the 3-wheeled go for parking enforcement vehicles. I was happy to see in the report that we were looking at electric vehicles, and the state of the art isn't there yet, but I think going forward, we certainly are going to want to electrify our fleet. So those are my 2 comments. So any other comments from the council? If not, we'll do roll call. And we have a motion and a second for approval, right?
Yes, we did. Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes, me as well. So if I stammer and stutter a little bit, I had a 3.5-hour straight meeting last night of the Water Management District. And if you think council meetings are fun, you should try that one. I invited them all to join ours, but I don't see any of our directors, so. So when the adrenaline runs out, you might have a zombie for the mayor. I noticed a couple of our friends just arrived. Before we go to closed session, did you want to make a comment on closed session? This is your chance to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Anthony Lombardo, long time no see, at least not other than virtually.
Are we sure it's you?
I'm sorry.
Oh, yes.
I'm
Hi,
sorry. I'm sorry to reply or to report that I haven't grown any younger since the last time I saw you in person. I'm here to speak briefly on the Monterey sport fishing item on your closed session agenda. We've worked for a long time with the staff and come to terms that we've agreed to with the staff. Benji, who is miraculously with me tonight and doing wonderfully, just got a clean bill of health today from the doctor.
Good.
Is wanted to just mention into the council what I discussed with Hans and on the staff about, which is under the new lease proposal, the minimum rent goes up dramatically. It's roughly a 3.5 time 3x increase in the percentage rent by the third year. And so in normal times, that's okay. It's about equal to what the percentage rent is, slightly less. But when things are running normally, it's all right. What concerns Benji is that when we get into something like we're just in or have been in or continue to be in, his business is still down by 50% because European tourists aren't coming to the Monterey Peninsula, and they're a big part of his business. But we explained that to staff, and Hans and staff said, they completely understand it, and we're depending on you now because we're at your mercy, so to speak, to keep in mind that in the event of continuing or future economic dislocation, it may be difficult for Benji to make a minimum rent of that magnitude, and we may be asking for some relief from that if in the unfortunate event that we find ourselves in the situation we're in now, which is instead of running 2 boats, we're running 1 boat, and the boats are basically empty because it's hard to move a 100-foot whale watching boat to Lake Nacimiento to give tours. So thank you very much. And thank Hans and the staff for working this out with us.
Good. We appreciate that. Very pleased. Anyone else on closed session comments? And anyone virtually or, yeah?
No one virtually.
All right. With that, thank you, Benji. Great to see you. I'm glad to hear the good news. Good. And so we will adjourn to closed session.
You look very good, Benji.
Progress.
Are you wondering how I do that? Welcome, everybody, back to our council meeting for the evening, 7 o'clock. And before we call the meeting to order, we're going to go through a little bit of a routine to explain to people who aren't here in person, and welcome all of you who've braved to come out to our council meeting in person, all masked and carefully distanced. And MPD is here. Always love to have you here. Thank you. And so Clementine, going to start us off with the protocols. Nat, or are we going to go straight to you? How to participate in our meeting?
We'll start with Clementine.
Okay.
So I'll share the rules for attending in person in our city council chamber. The city of Monterey is committed to the safe public attendance of its public meetings. Masks are required for all who attend in person, regardless of vaccination status, except those who are younger than 2 years old or have a medical condition that prevents wearing a mask. We ask that attendees in the council chamber keep your phones and devices muted to prevent audio interference and any feedback with the hybrid meeting.
And as we carefully return to more normal activities, the city of Monterey seeks to continue to offer virtual methods for public participation. Governor Newsom's executive order remains in effect that allows agencies to hold public meetings virtually during the COVID-19 pandemic. And if you're not joining us here in person, there are two ways to participate virtually with our council. One is to join directly on Zoom Gov using the Zoom app on your computer or mobile device. And the second method is to join by calling into the meeting. To join us on Zoom via your computer, smartphone, or telephone, please use the link or the phone number listed on the agenda at isearchmonterey.org. Now, since the meeting has already started, you'll find the agenda under the recent tab. To join us by telephone, please dial toll-free 833-568-8864, and then you'll be prompted to enter the meeting ID number, which is 160-618-0345, pound. And then when you're prompted to enter a participant ID, press pound one more time. Detailed instructions on how to use Zoom is available on our website at monterey.org/public meetings. And to make a public meeting using the app, you can virtually raise your hand by pressing the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. If you've dialed in by telephone, please raise your hand by dialing *9 and then unmute yourself again by dialing *6. You must do both. Public commenters will be muted until it's their turn to speak. We'll be calling on each public speaker in the order of their hands raised and ask that individuals please stay within a 3-minute time limit that will be established for today's meeting. And we'll also show that using a countdown timer on the screen. And also on the podium, there's a countdown timer as well. If you're connected on Zoom, the timer is accurate with no delay. The meeting today is also being streamed live on the city's YouTube account, which is accessible at youtube.com/City of Monterey. That has a 10-second delay. And then also on Comcast channel 25, which has a 90-second delay. As always, we look forward to receiving public comment this evening. Back to Mr.
All right.
Mayor.
Well, we thank our steadfast city clerk and stellar assistant city manager for bringing us all up to date. So we will call our meeting to order. Then again, I'm going to call on our steadfast city clerk to introduce our caring city council. Would you do that, please, Clementine?
Yes, Councilmember Albert,
Here.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Here.
Councilmember Smith,
Here.
Councilmember Williamson,
Here.
and Mayor Roberson.
And I'm here as well. First thing we'll want to do after calling our meeting to order is please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next on our agenda would be continued public comments. Excuse me. And that would be if anyone in the public, either in person or participating electronically, would like to share something with the city council within the jurisdiction of the city of Monterey that is not on the agenda. This is your opportunity. If it's an agenda item, we have just 2 this evening. We'll ask you to wait for your public comment at that time. We look forward to it. So any comments not on the agenda within the jurisdiction of Monterey. You have 3 minutes, and we look forward to hearing from you. So do we have anyone here present who'd like to address the council? Non-agenda items, seeing none. Again, Nat, what do we have out there?
Yes, we do have a few members of the public who have their hands raised, and we'll
Okay.
start with Esther Malkin. And welcome, Esther.
Hi, everybody. I just wanted to give a big shout out to the police department for the great job they did this weekend with the craziness that was out there with all the cars. I've never seen so many social media posts that have been praising a police department ever, anywhere. So they, are appreciated, that it was noticed. It's really a testament to the level of service that we get from them all the time, but this was an exceptional performance by them, for lack of a better word. And I just wanted to make sure that that got acknowledged and thank them for it.
Great. Thank you, Esther. I appreciate the comments.
Mhm.
We will go on to our next caller, and this is first, their area code is 509, last 3 digits is 106. And we do ask that they unmute themselves, please. And just a reminder for those who are calling in remotely, we ask that you do unmute yourself by dialing *6. So.
Hello, can
Yep,
you hear
hello.
me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay.
Great.
Good evening, Mayor Robertson and City Council members. I just heard a report on the whale populations. They are starving, according to researchers examining their dead bodies that wash up on the beaches. It's hundreds of them on all species, and that's not counting the ones that sink and are unaccounted for. Of all the factors, starvation was number one. Last March, April, and May, I watched with horror all the fishing boats allowed in Monterey Bay, more than I've ever seen since I came here 30 years ago. I inquired as to why there were so many, and it turns out you, our city council, have allowed a new quota of take. I was present at that fateful meeting, which seemed at the time to pretend to be ocean friendly. I went to the Wharf One and asked the Department of Fish and Wildlife warden about the salmon catches. He tried to paint a pretty picture that salmon were up, but as fate would have it, a fisherman came into the fish shop lamenting that there were no salmon, so what did crab like as bait? All species on this planet are endangered because of us. If all humans died now, Mother Earth and all her species would flower once more. And yet we have the capacity to help Mother Earth to her feet once more. But it's going to take each one of us to do our part and to sacrifice. The first thing we need to do is just stop eating fish so our whales and sea creatures can recover. And the second is to avoid all plastics at all costs. The third is don't cut down trees or build with wood products. One medium tree provides 260 pounds of oxygen a year and sweats 260 gallons of water a day. And use public transit, support that, and push for solar electric cars. In 1988, I attended the 160-mile solar car race in Visalia, California. Michael Hackelman, a solar engineer, lamented to me at the time how he feared solar cars would be pushed aside for battery electric cars because the oil and gas industry would have their hands all over it. He said alternators could capture the friction of the turning wheels to recharge the battery, yet today we hear the need of thousands of recharging stations to meet the need of the electric car industry. What a sham. Electric vehicles will require millions of batteries and each one representing 500,000 pounds of materials to make. We must let the powers that be know we don't need thousands of charging stations. We just need alternators on the wheels or solar panels on the roof. Ocean mining is already being pushed to meet the needs of the electric car industry. Please do your part to quell the enormous amount of fishing fleets coming to our bay. If you can increase quotas, you can decrease them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lorna. Appreciate you calling in. All right, our next caller is area code 831, and the last three digits is 564. Again, 564.
Hi, this is Nina Beatty calling in. I regret that I wasn't able to be at the afternoon session because I wanted to briefly comment about the fuel reduction contracts. The stream beds that are going to be the subject of this fuel reduction, I ask that the city only take out the dead trees, not deal with the other habitat. Trees, plants, and wildlife have a very difficult time in Monterey, and bird populations, which are plummeting nationwide, depend on bushes for habitat. The bushes and the plants are essential. They create a healthier forest environment. They reduce erosion. They protect from soil compaction, and they protect soil moisture, and they make the forest more hospitable. Clearing those out will create a very difficult environment for the trees to survive in. And I ask that the city pay attention to existing fire hazards that as far as I can tell, are not being addressed. As you drive down Pacific Street, power poles are leaning dangerously over the street, overloaded with different cables. I had a chance to visit someone over at Westland House recently, and all the logs that are lined up along Iris Canyon and in private properties, if there's a fire, these will explode. And you've got potential, people at Hospice House, at Merrill Gardens and Park Lane that have limited mobility, and these people could be trapped. And another very serious fire hazard and electrical hazard are the smart meters that are on every building, home, and right of way in the city of Monterey. They're not grounded. They don't have effective surge control. They have lithium ion batteries in them that are explosively flammable to heat, water, and oxygen. Monterey's neighborhoods must take these hazards very seriously and deal with the actual hazards that could impact their home, not just when a fire comes roaring through, but in the sense of smart meters, they can malfunction without a fire in sight and cause and initiate a fire. And people have been killed, pets have been killed, horses have been killed with fires that result from these smart meters. So, and since they're next to, we've now getting smart water meters, which also have these lithium batteries in them, in the right of way next to bushes and trees. So this is a very omnipresent fire hazard that could be eliminated quite easily if the city had the will to do it. So I ask the city to address these real fire issues and protect the environment, protect our forests that are already so terribly stressed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and Ms. Beatty for calling in. And we have no other public comment from those who are joining us virtually.
Well, good. We always say we appreciate that public comment. I want to look into what Lorna had talked about, the city of Monterey setting fishing quotas. And I don't think we do that, but we'll find out and let her know. City manager?
Yes, I think Lorna was mentioning that the city of Monterey, in partnership with Monterey Bay Fisheries Trust,
Right.
that we are trying to support the local fishermen by providing funding to buy fishing quotas.
Right.
Fishing quotas are not assigned by the city of Monterey; they are assigned by the state of California. And they are based on the assessment by the state fisheries, how much fish is actually fishable in the bay and allocated up and down the coastline. So I think what Lorna was referring to is that we had probably Sherry Flummerfeld here from the Monterey Bay Fisheries Trust, and we talked about our support for the local fishermen and trying to make owning quotas affordable, because if you own quotas, you can fish, and with that you can feed your family.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. All right, do we have announcements from closed session?
We do. It'll be a bit of a mouthful, so here we go. We had a special closed session at 3:45 p.m. on the item that was agendized as conference with legal counsel deciding whether to initiate litigation. There was no reportable action taken. Then from the regular closed session, CS closed session item 1 was a real property negotiation item for the property at 96 Fisherman's Wharf, concession 16, with agency negotiators Kimberly Cole and Jana Aldretti, negotiating parties Benji Shake with Monterey Sport Fishing Inc. Under negotiation, terms and conditions for a new lease, and the action taken was that on a unanimous roll call vote, the city council accepted the signed term sheet for a new ground lease with Monterey Sport Fishing Inc. for the premises located at 96 Fisherman's Wharf under the following terms and conditions. Premises, approximately 1,568 square feet of lower level and open platform area, approximately 3,600 square feet of water space. Use, charter boat operations. Base rent, year 1, $1 per square foot per month. Year 2, $1.25 per square foot per month. Year 3, $1.67 per square foot per month. Year 4, base rent to be adjusted annually by any increase in the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the San Francisco, Oakland, Hayward area. Percentage rent, 4% of gross sales in excess of monthly base rent. Common area maintenance fee. The estimated common area maintenance fee is $315 per month. Term, 10 years. Option to extend, tenant shall be provided with one option to extend for a period of 10 years. Utilities, tenant agrees to pay for all utilities, which includes but is not limited to electricity, gas, water, sewer, and trash service that is provided by Monterey City Disposal Services and the City of Monterey. Improvements, tenant agrees to repair or replace 6 fender piles identified as severe in the city's condition survey report prepared by COWI. Work shall be completed to the satisfaction of the city engineer or his designee. Repairs and maintenance. Tenant shall be required to repair and maintain the leased premises, including structural and fender piles. Taxes and insurance. Tenant agrees to pay for any and all taxes related to possession of the premises. Landlord agrees to insure the building. Force majeure. Force majeure lease language shall be the standard language provided in the city's boilerplate lease, which is as follows. If performance by a party of any portion of this lease is made impossible by any prevention, delay, or stoppage caused by strikes, lockouts, labor disputes, acts of God, pandemics, inability to obtain services, labor, or reasonable substitutes for those items, government actions, civil commotions, fire or other casualty, or other causes beyond reasonable control of the party obligated to perform, performance by that party for a period equal to the period that prevention, delay, or stoppage is excused. Tenant's obligation to pay rent, however, is not excused by this section 37. Either party shall have the right to terminate this lease in the event of force majeure for a consecutive 12-month period. And lastly, on the closed session item 2, which was a conference with real property negotiators for the property at 1 Fisherman's Wharf, concession 1, agency negotiators Kimberly Cole and Jana Aldretti, negotiating parties Sally Elves and Sherry Tuioti, I hope I pronounced those right, Harbor House Gifts Monterey Inc. Under negotiation, terms and conditions for new lease, and there was no reportable action taken on that item. And I believe the council may be getting to the other last 2 items this evening or another time.
Good, thank you. It was indeed a mouthful, as you said.
Yes, it was.
Wonder what's for dessert. So let's go ahead to our first public appearance item. And that's to review and provide guidance on step 2 elements of the commercial cannabis roadmap. This is a term that our very sterling city manager, Hans Uslar, came up with, which it's a roadmap because we're trying to get as much public input as we possibly can as we go forward, because we did see a neighboring jurisdiction who is now following this roadmap. In fact, 2 neighboring jurisdictions are following this roadmap to make sure they get maximum public input, because what last thing people like is surprises. So I appreciate the fact that we're working on this roadmap. I've heard from a lot of people. I've learned a lot, and I very much appreciate that. And like everything else, we have diverse opinions. Nobody's right, nobody's wrong. But the best thing we can do is continue on this roadmap and make sure that if it indeed end up with dispensaries in the city of Monterey that we've done our homework and our due diligence. So with that, no decision has been made on this, contrary to some erroneous reports, and we're continuing our study. And tonight we'll make a recommendation that I think will be a pretty clear direction of where we're going with this. And so with that, our Sterling City Manager.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The last time you heard this item, you were discussing the various recommendations that staff has given you. And at the end of that conversation and that discussion, you asked staff to go back and find out a little bit more with respect to several questions that were raised during that council meeting. And so tonight, again, the staff is coming back. We'll be reporting to you the outcomes of the additional requests for information. And we are making, again, a recommendation for you that will be highlighted by our very capable assistant city manager. So with that, Nat will provide you with a presentation.
All right.
Thank you, Hans, and good evening again, council, mayor and council. Tonight, as we stated, we'll be covering commercial cannabis. So this is the dessert portion of tonight's agenda. So we've got just a reminder on the cannabis roadmap. It is a 6-step process, and back in earlier this year, February and March, we heard from council, and council took a decision to move forward in the roadmap. So we're currently in step 3 here, summer 2021, looking at, and here I'll share this piece of this slide, where we moved out of step 2. Council agreed to move forward with a commitment by council to prioritize commercial cannabis as a priority issue for us to tackle this year. And as you may recall, on May 4th, and this is a continuation of the retail zones conversation that we have before you today. Another recap is the resident survey that you may recall went out to all of the voters in the city of Monterey, where 70.8% and with the online survey, 74.9% support limiting the number of cannabis permits within the city of Monterey. The HDL commercial cannabis retail analysis was conducted earlier this year. You may recall that HDL, a local or a regional firm that specializes in cannabis research, has put together a detailed analysis to look at potential revenues that commercial cannabis retailers could bring to the city. And tonight, joining us virtually from Humboldt County is a gentleman by the name of Mark Lovelace, who is one of the principals at HDL, who can answer any questions that you may have regarding their analysis, which stated that the market can sustain up to 3 locations in the city of Monterey. Currently, there are 9 existing cannabis retailers on the peninsula, and then 7 retailers within 1.5 miles of the North Fremont Business District. Some of the initial community engagement we conducted included the online and postcard surveys during the first 2 months of the year. We held virtual town halls in January, and then conducted commercial retail zones outreach in April, and met with council in February and then again in May. The council asked us as staff to continue engagement and further have discussions with both the business association as well as neighbors in the North Fremont area. As you may recall from our staff recommendation, was not to have any cannabis retail operators in the North Fremont area, and we connected with both the businesses and the neighbors since our last meeting. We'd like to reiterate that based on that feedback, there are no changes to the staff recommendation. We continue to recommend Lighthouse Avenue, Old Monterey, and Cannery Row business districts as locations with 1 retail operator in each of those districts. Of course, this would exclude hotel properties, which is because these VAF, visitor accommodation facilities, would require voter approval to make any zoning changes. And it would exclude businesses fronting Alvarado Street. Back in May, we did hear from council and of course from some members of the Cannery Row Business Association who suggested, or their recommendation was not to have cannabis businesses on Cannery Row. So one option before you tonight, council, is to still allow cannabis operators on or within the Cannery Row Business District, but not necessarily on Cannery Row itself. So similar to Old Town or the old Monterey Business Association, allow it within the district, but not fronting Alvarado Street. You could essentially do the same thing with Cannery Row itself and allow it on Wave Street or some of the side streets. The staff recommendation is also to include a 600 feet state standard buffer from schools, daycare, and youth centers. And then worth noting is that coastal plan amendments would be required for cannabis retail operations in the downtown area as well as Cannery Row. Here's a map of the 3 proposed zones. In the orange, you'll see is the Cannery Row Business District, Zone 2. In green is Zone 1, which is the Lighthouse Avenue corridor, also known as the New Monterey Business District. And then in the yellow, you'll see is Old Monterey Business District. And so those are the 3 zones. And you'll see from this map, we do not show buffer zones. And we do that deliberately for this presentation before you this evening, because as we've continued to learn more, the types of businesses that fall within that buffer zone criteria often change on a regular basis. So if we spend time dissecting each specific buffer zone tonight, that may not reflect the conditions when applications are actually submitted to the city for identification of eligibility. So we wanted to keep the conversation at a high level tonight, no pun intended, and focus on the zones themselves without buffer areas. Additional feedback to share with you again, as we met with the North Fremont District, we heard from neighbors who expressed concerns about having cannabis retail operations within the North Fremont area. The Business Association at North Fremont are in favor of cannabis retail operations. It's worth noting that many of the neighbors who reside along the North Fremont corridor, both the Kona, Casanova Oak Knoll neighborhood, and Villa Del Monte, Laguna Grande, are all looking forward to some of the other opportunities for economic development in the area. There's the various redevelopment projects, and that would be the focus of what the neighbors would like to see more so than cannabis operator open up on North Fremont. We also noted during the last meeting that there is an oversaturation in the market due to the large number of cannabis retailers located in Delray Oaks and Seaside based on the map you see here. And then the other piece is that cannabis events could be considered at the fairgrounds in lieu of actually having a brick and mortar store. Council had asked us to conduct a little bit more research and find out what the revenues look like from our neighboring cities. And this table shows you the last 2 fiscal years, Delray Oaks bringing in $300,000 per year. They have 1 retailer. Seaside bringing in 1.27 million per year. They have 6 retailers. And Marina has 2 new retailers that just opened up, or at least have licenses pending, will be opening up in the next 2 months. So no revenue currently shown there. One of the key questions that council had asked and members of the community had asked, why Cannery Row, why tourist districts? And to clarify and reiterate, tourist districts bring in 5.8 million visitors annually to the city. And that resident population equivalency is 57,000 people based on the HDL analysis. And it was made clear in the report that these locations would have customers to themselves and wouldn't have to compete with some of the nearby cities that may not be as tourist oriented. And the difference in terms of revenue for the city, if revenue is a driving factor for allowing cannabis to operate here, is up to $1.06 million annually. And you'll see that based on this chart here, or this table. Tourist-oriented districts would bring in 400,000 to 1.3 million. The non-tourist areas between 72,000 and 237,000. So a large difference if we're focused on the non-tourist areas in terms of how much revenue would be brought into the city to provide services to the public. And then just another recap here on the Monterey coastal area, which runs from, based on this analysis, includes Carmel, Monterey, Seaside, Delray Oaks, Marina and Moss Landing. There are currently 12 cannabis retailers in the area serving about 107,000 people, which is about one retailer for every 9,000 people approximately. And that's more than double the concentration typical in California, which is one retailer for every 18,000 to 20,000. So there's a strong demand, or not demand, but it's already an oversaturation in our area. So just to be mindful of that, one of the other reasons why North Fremont isn't being recommended by staff. Sales among retailers in the coastal plain and coastal areas is more than 8 times compared to those inland. And then last but not least, as we move away on the other topic, special events, we don't have a detailed analysis for you this evening, but are asking council for and asking for a recommendation here to allow staff to explore and engage with the public further to consider special events at locations such as the Monterey County Fairgrounds. The next steps, if council decides to move forward with cannabis in some fashion, would be for us to prepare a specific plan, zoning and coastal plan amendments. We would also prepare environmental documents that could take some time if an EIR is needed. We would have planning commission public hearings. We would go back to city council, and then at which point the city could issue an RFP for a firm to select providers, or the city could select providers itself. We would also be required to have planning commission review permits in the lighthouse and downtown areas potentially. And then of course, after the County Road Coastal Land Use Plan amendments, the city council would also need to send its proposed amendment to the California Coastal Commission for review and approval. So quite a few steps as we continue along the roadmap. So at this time, happy to answer any questions or comments that you have. And again, Mark Lovelace from HDL is available, as well as staff, to answer questions that you might have tonight.
All right, thank you, Nat, for the overview. The slides, very helpful. I think Councilmember Dan wanted to ask something.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor. Staff, I was just asking the question about Wave Street and Foam Street. Are they in the coastal plan?
Yes, they are.
Okay, both streets are. What about Lighthouse?
No.
Okay,
Lighthouse is not.
all right, that's the only question I had, Mayor.
Other questions from the council at this point?
Yeah, a
Council-
question on the buffer zone. So the staff work shows 600 foot, and Nat addressed that, why it's not showing up there. But I'd like to hear more about the criteria of how we establish the 600 feet, and what are the other cities doing for their buffer? What was the criteria we used, and what's the comparative market showing?
The criteria from what we shared with council back in May was very clearly defined as schools, daycare, and youth centers. And those were the buffer zones that we had created last time. In terms of the practice on what other cities are doing, what I'll do is, unless Hans or staff have anything to add, I'd like to have HDL, who actually is very familiar with these regulations, speak on this. So I'm not sure if Mark. Yeah, go ahead, Hans.
So we didn't make up the 600 feet. That comes out of Business and Professions Code section 26054B. So that basically drives the 600 feet. Again, it's as Ned pointed out, 600 feet radius around schools, daycare centers, youth centers in existence at the time when the license is issued. And that was one of our changes, so to speak, that we don't show buffer zones today because it may be misleading, because you may have a daycare center there tomorrow, which we do not show in the existing buffer zone. So again, that would be the standard that will be then applied 600 feet.
Okay, and so the 600 feet is a minimum. It could be more if we decided that we wanted to have more.
It could be more, it could be less.
Okay. Christy, I think you were gonna.
No, was that our community development director? Was that you, Kim?
It was, thank you. I'm sorry, I just need to provide a point of clarification on our coastal zone. I don't think I explained it well enough earlier today. So our coastal zone basically extends along the recreation trail, which excludes for the most part Wave and Foam streets. It does bump up to include the city parking garage and the Coast Guard facility at the other end. But for the most part, the privately owned properties along Wave and Foam are not included in the coastal zone.
So there doesn't need an amendment to the coastal zone if we choose those two streets.
Correct. Our coastal plan basically goes along the recreation trail.
And that includes the cross streets also?
Correct.
Okay.
And it's a very interesting, and it's a very interesting story how that map got drawn, by the way, but that's a topic for another day for state of the city. Alan, Councilmember Allen, did you wanted to weigh in, please?
I just had a couple questions.
Sure, this is.
So does the staff recommendation, like when you talk about the Cannery Row Business District, does that include wave and foam?
Yes, it does include wave and foam. It's the entire district. And if you like, I'm happy to share a map that zooms in a little bit more so you can see.
I mean, yeah, maybe, although I do appreciate the clarification, but maybe other people would like to see that too.
Here's the map, just briefly, it'll only take a few seconds, and you can see the Cannery Row Business District includes Cannery Row, Wave Street, the businesses fronting Wave, and so the area is all in orange here.
Okay, great. And then the second question kind of had to do with the 600-foot things from schools, youth centers, and daycare centers. We got an email from somebody, I don't remember who, that had some questions about that. So I just want to make sure I understand. So I think it's like the city has a youth center over there near Dennis the Menace Park on, I think that's 2nd Avenue. Am I right? Is that 2nd Avenue?
Yeah, it's at El Estero, Pearl Street.
Right, Pearl Street, that's it. So my question is, how do we measure the 600 feet? Would it be from the center, or would somehow the center be included in all of El Estero Park and it would be 600 feet from anywhere within El Estero Park?
Great question. It's from with 600 feet from the boundaries of the parcel. So as you can imagine, the El Estero Youth Center is within the El Estero Park parcel, which is why the 600 feet extends.
So it's a pretty big area in that case. It's really not 600 feet from the actual building where the kids are, but it's the whole area. Okay, thank you.
That's correct, Councilmember. And we actually explained it a little bit more confusingly to add clarity on page 56, where we basically say how it's measured. The buffer zone is measured by the horizontal distance measured in a straight line from the property line of the school to the closest property line of the lot on which the cannabis retail store is located, without regard to intervening structures. Health and Safety Code Section 11362-768C.
So is that a legal definition? We're following kind of state law, kind of mandating how we do that, or is that just kind of our own staff interpretation?
That's the Health and Safety Code of the State of California.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good questions. Again, back to, let's go to Councilmember Tyler, then back to you, if I may.
Well, I just wanted to comment on, or a question on what
follow up on
Alan
that,
said. Yeah.
please.
follow up.
Go ahead, Dan.
Do you mind,
Mr.
Tyler? Is
Tyler.
that okay, Tyler?
Yes, please.
So I'm assuming that buffer's a circle. So could that possibly go through a piece of property? Or is that the whole property included? You see what
I
I'm?
believe it says regardless of intervening structures. I can pull up the specific language.
Yeah, so it could go
Without
directly
regard
through
to
a piece of
intervening
property.
structures, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Tyler.
Yeah, okay, Councilmember Tyler, your questions, please.
Absolutely. So I'm going to throw these back to Nat based off of his presentation. He was, Nat, you were speaking earlier to how the community members off of North Fremont, the community surrounding North Fremont, had a certain perspective around other economic opportunities on North Fremont. And I'm just hoping that you can describe that a little bit further and in the various perspectives I think that were shared to the city.
Mm-hmm. There were a variety of opinions. The majority prefers not to have cannabis operators, and some of the comments that we've heard from members is that they're truly looking forward to seeing some of the other projects come to fruition, more so than let's allow a cannabis operator. But you're all, I think, aware of the Avid Hotel project, for example, or the redevelopment across the street from CVS. And obviously, the building industry has experienced a bit of delay due to materials, but there's definitely a thirst and a interest in the community to see that as a priority more so than let's just allow cannabis operators to open up in the North Fremont area, and that was the general feedback based on what Hans and I heard at the community meeting that we attended.
Yeah, so I just want to read something from the report just because we're on this point. It says, while some participants supported high-end cannabis operations, the majority of participants preferred not having cannabis operators. So I just wanted to make sure that that side was heard during the presentation, just in case community members weren't able to get a chance to take a look at that. And then my next question is in regard to the slide about concentration. I'm not sure how that number is. I'm wondering, do you know how the number was established as far as the concentration of cannabis retail per individuals within a community? Was it based off of communities themselves that have cannabis, or was it just the overall number of retail in the state based off the population? How was that number? How did that number come up?
Well, I'll ask Mark Lovelace from HDL to clarify, since it's data that comes directly from the HDL report.
Very good.
Welcome,
Mr.
Mark.
Lovelace.
I believe you're talking about the figure, page 5 of the report, coastal versus inland, where it's talking about the gross receipts per capita. Is that what you're asking about?
I want to say yes. I don't have it up in front of me, and I have to do a couple clicks to get back there. But
so in general, we found, and a little surprisingly, I would say, that the sales among the cannabis retailers in the coastal areas of the county were far higher, like 8 times higher, if you adjusted them on a per capita basis, than the sales in the inland areas. And that was admittedly taken a fairly simplistic approach in terms of saying, here's the 107,000 population that we have, estimated for the whole coastal portion of the county, and then the remainder of the population in the inland areas. So it's true there is not the same kind of access and the same concentration of businesses, but so I think that I would look at that not so much as an indication that cannabis sales are sluggish or slow or whatever in the inland areas, because you're going to be more limited by the population that you have within. Generally, we figure a 20 to 30 minute drive is about pushing it for most people for a purchase of this kind on any kind of a regular basis. But what we found in the coastal area is much more indicative, because we do have a high concentration of retailers and a high concentration of population. So those two fit together more. And in that way, it really suggested that you have already a concentration of businesses relative to the population that's higher than what we normally see. And for planning purposes, we generally, as noted before, we generally recommend to expect that you might be able to, sustain something around one retailer for every 18 to 20,000 persons, but that all varies depending upon a number of other factors regarding the general acceptance of cannabis within the community, age demographics, other things that can affect it. And in this case, what we really found as what seemed to really jump out as the highest indicator was just the tourist population. Those areas that had a high a lot of tourist traffic had a much higher retail sales.
okay, awesome. Thank you for that. That was tons of information, more than I asked for, but it was good information. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Good. Councilmember Dan, thank you for your patience.
Thank you. I want to go back to buffer zones real quickly, just for a few seconds. I just thought of something that charter schools are always looking for storefronts. They don't necessarily use the traditional school sites that public schools use. But what happens if we do have a cannabis dispensary in an area, and then there's a building down the street within the 600 feet that a charter school would like to go into? Is that's just something they're going to have to deal with because we already have established the business?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
correct.
All right, that's good. Thanks.
And
Go
can I
ahead.
follow?
Yeah, please.
In other words, they're going to have to deal with it, but that means their choice would be they couldn't be there.
That is
Yeah.
true.
So I just want to make sure that that's what you took from that.
Mhm.
So their choice would have to be that they'd have to move outside of that 600 because that's by statute.
Oh.
If we enacted it, if we enacted the 600 buffer.
So if there's a buffer and a business opens and it's, then a school moves to the buffer, that doesn't force the dispensary or the retail front to have to relocate.
Right. So it
because
works
they'd be
both ways.
They'd be grandfathered in,
Yes.
or
Right.
it's, they're legal, yeah.
But because there's a dispensary there, the charter school can still choose that building, even though it's 600 feet from the dispensary, correct? I
That'd be up
mean,
to-
nothing in the law says they can't be that close to the dispensary.
I wouldn't know what the schools,
my
legal-
understanding-
that'd be giving the school legal advice.
Yeah.
I can tell you that the state law on dispensaries or cannabis retail shops, if they open up and someone comes to that location, that doesn't force the business to have to relocate. I know that for
Yeah,
sure.
okay.
Now, whether the school has other laws prohibiting it from moving next to a dispensary, I don't know the answer to that.
That's an interesting scenario you brought up, Dan. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
So when Nat was talking about the criteria that I'd asked about, I didn't hear you say parks, but then that came up in our discussion. So parks are included in what we looked at as a matrix in terms of a determinative parameter of 600 foot that was picked.
Based on what we shared at the last meeting, the state standard is schools, daycares, and youth centers, and parks is not included in that, but council could choose to modify that if they wish.
Yeah, and I think we'll talk about that later. Now's time for questions,
Yes.
but I think that was one of the central comments that we were making in the previous council meeting.
If I may, earlier council member Allen had brought up the maps. And during our previous public comments and input, I believe Cannery Row Association was generally in favor, but not on Cannery Row itself. No, that's incorrect, or
Yeah, I think,
help me with that then?
I think the Canary Business Association came out as in opposition of that, strongly opposing it and not in favor.
Anywhere in the
And
district.
they pointed also out that the Bachelor Education Center should be qualified as a school or
Okay.
something as a
Mm.
center for children and should qualify also for a buffer center. So the Canary Business Association came out against positioning cannabis retail operation onto Canary Row.
Thank you for the clarification. And the second question would be similarly, I believe downtown, again, were they in favor of this zone exclusive of Alvarado Street? Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. There,
Is that
this is-
reflected in the map?
That we do have in the presentation here a note that the map does include all of it, but we would exclude the frontage businesses fronting Alvarado Street. So that is here, I'll share my screen. That way you can see.
That's a caveat. then.
It is a caveat on there, and it is mentioned. It is shown on the map as storefronts prohibited on Alvarado Street in Zone 3, which is downtown.
But I still somehow remember, again, help me. Did I hear that Cannery Row Association said not in favor? However, if you do it anyway, exclude Cannery Row? Is that correct? or-
That is an option. That's something that staff is offering as a potential compromise, is to approve an operator within the Cannery Row Business District, but exclude Cannery Row itself.
Okay, so that would be in one of our our footsteps, a road, that would be a future roadmap decision, is that?
That would be part of the RFP, Mr. Mayor, that we will bring to you as well.
Okay,
The
that's a-
ordinance and of course, also of the ordinance which will identify the areas.
Okay, so there would be a subsequent ordinance that would be more precise than the general map that we're looking at right now. That could possibly exclude certain streets. Right, okay, thanks, that answers my question. More questions, Councilmember Dan, then we'll go to Councilmember Allen.
Thank you. That just brings up a thought that I had on Alvarado. There are several businesses or buildings, that is, that have street-to-street access where there's a business that would be on Alvarado and on Calle Principal. So how would we do the storefront on Alvarado? No storefronts on Alvarado, but the same business could be a storefront on Calle Principal, even though you can walk right through or open it up.
Yes, that's a great question. Rick Johnson is here as well, and I think he can actually provide us with a statement that OMBA probably has ready for that kind of question. And my impression is, without saying what Rick will say, and he can contradict me, that would be absolutely an option to have access, main access from Calle Principal, and have not a storefront on Alvarado, but use one of the building structures that allows access from Calle Principal.
Only Calle Principal.
Well, you have also access then on Alvarado, but if you have the dispensary not fronting Alvarado, that might be an option. But again, I let Rick Johnson answer that please later better.
Okay, that's good, all right. We'll get to that in a moment, please. Councilmember Allen, we had another question?
Yeah, I guess one of the things I'm struggling with is without having the maps, it gets kind of difficult to know what we're really approving or going to approve or may approve, because, so for example, if we exclude Alvarado Street, what is that, or if we exclude Cannery Row, but we allow, let's say, Wave and Foam, how many spaces are really realistically available for potential lease? That's a concern of mine, is that we end up by excluding so many areas, so many business districts. And so I guess that would be my question is, if we excluded Alvarado Street on the one hand, how much, and we have all of these other buffer zones, how much of, let's say, Calle Principal could potentially be open for lease? And then in the Cannery Row area, if we did exclude Cannery Row, how much of Foam and Wave Street would actually be available for potential lease?
I'm asking Nat to pull up the maps that we showed already, Councilmember Haffa.
Okay, thank you.
It will hopefully provide some clarity. Tonight is not the night where you make a decision where you want to put them on Cannery Row or Pearl Street or Calle Principal. Tonight is where we hope you give us the next step by exploring where we want to put the commercial cannabis retailers. We are asking you to say yes or no to place them in Old Town somewhere, with the understanding already that we heard Alvarado Street is not suitable. Of course, council can take that input and say, it's nice to know, but we still will open it up on Alvarado. Same asking for Lighthouse, same asking for the Cannery Row Business District. So tonight, it's not so much about the streets, it's about telling us, staff, look into those areas and come back to us with hopefully consensus-based recommendation.
And the number of.
And the number, yes.
Yeah, I think that was a good question, Alan. I'd like to know that too.
And again, this is a older map that based on the buffer zones we shared with you earlier, and Alvarado Street obviously is we'd have to erase some of these potential areas, but it gives you a glimpse of what.
But so based on that, Nat, most of Calle P probably will be open for potential lease.
Correct.
Okay. What
And
about the Cannery Row business?
Henry
district?
Row,
Let's see
and just a reminder, this orange does not reflect the entire district. This is just fronting Henry Row itself. So Wave Street would largely be part of, would be eligible here. If you can just imagine the orange going to where my cursor is. There's a big sort of charter school
It
here.
looks like most of Wave Street is not for some reason. Do we know why?
It's not showing up as orange here because it's an older map that only included Cannery Row originally. whereas
Okay,
Updated map
okay.
includes the entire business district.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Yep. So the new map, I'll have to pull up here, but
I had one other question, Mr. Mayor. Oops. I had one other quick question.
Okay.
And I realize I don't think we ever talked about this before, so probably staff didn't broach this with Cannery Row or the Fremont or Alvarado business districts. But I'm wondering if they would have felt more comfortable with second story businesses on those street fronts. And did that ever come up as a possibility? For example, not permitting it on ground story business fronts, but allowing it on upper story.
No, that did not come up, and as we all know, second floor businesses are doomed from success. They come with a bunch of issues, so it came never up during the discussion. And I would also recommend not to pursue that thought because it really doesn't set up businesses for success.
But it might be. I mean, it's possible a second story business on Cannery Row is better than a first story business on Wave Street. I don't know, but just occurred to me. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions before we go to the public? All right, always outstanding questions from our council. Thank you so much. Let's, we'll reverse it, I think, today, Nat, and we'll see if there's anyone digitally on Zoom, et cetera, who wants to phone in. Let's do our friends and residents and business people who aren't in the chambers, and we'll cut back to the chambers here after
Okay.
that.
sounds good. In a 3-minute time limit.
3 minutes, please.
Okay, will do. We will start with Esther Malkin to join us again this evening. Welcome, Esther.
Thanks. Hi again. So I wanted to suggest what I've mentioned in some of the meetings that we've had with staff, that maybe since we have a consultant on board, you can find out what the regulations and requirements would be to possibly have a cannabis bar or restaurant on North Fremont. I think if we were to have a location that those users would be able to socialize in, that it would make it a destination of probably not just the peninsula, basically from the whole region, because I don't know of any other in the area that has something like that. I do know that they exist in quite a few numbers in Los Angeles and I believe in San Francisco. So while we're not necessarily considering the dispensary for North Fremont, I think that having a place that they could socialize in would really be an excellent substitute and make it a draw for everybody, whether it's during the events that may or may not be happening that are cannabis specific at the fairgrounds, or just in general. So it might be a good time to ask while we have a consultant if they know about that, and start, at least getting some education on what's involved in something like that. So just wanted to put that out there again. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Esther.
And what we're going to do as we get questions like Esther's good question, we'll make a list and we'll get answers when we're done with the public comment.
Next caller is 037. They're calling in with the last 3 digits 037. And please unmute yourself by dialing *6. Okay, we'll wait another couple of seconds. Please dial *6 to unmute yourself. All right, we're not hearing them. And again, one final attempt, otherwise we won't be able to hear your public comment. Star 6, please. Okay, we're going to have to skip this individual because, oh, there they go.
Hello?
Yep, hello.
Yes. Hello?
Yes, welcome to the city council meeting. Your timer has started, so if you'd like to provide public comment, please do so.
Yes, who am I speaking to?
You're speaking with the Monterey City Council, sir.
Okay, I'm calling about the cannabis. About my name and address and all that?
Just your name is fine if you'd like to share it, and feel free to offer your public comments. You're live with the city council.
Yeah, my name is Donald Anthony Ania, and I'm a Monterey. I grew up in Monterey, and I have some comments to make about Ed Smith. He was a former police officer, and I've spoken to him about the cannabis, and he told me that he was totally against it, but now he's falling into place like a soldier, and I think that's disgusting. And I also want to comment about Councilman Hoffa. He said that cannabis is not an entry drug, which is totally obsessive. It is definitely an entry drug. It's a drug. And also Williamson, he was on the Shag Bag show, and the first words that came out of his mouth was cannabis. I think that's disgusting. I said, the city of Monterey is not only in this business to make money for the city, it's for the security and the safety of our children. And this has got to stop, because cannabis is definitely an entry drug. And I'm ashamed of Ed Smith being a police officer, and he quibbled to the rest of the council and the mayor. I called the mayor of Monterey, and I called him and I told him, I said, you should be ashamed of yourself. You used to be a teacher. That's disgusting. And he hung up, and I can't reach him anymore. So these people don't want to deal with the truth, and they better get with it, because they're going to hear from me day and night until they get this thing out of the picture of Monterey. This is not a good thing going on right now. They ought to be ashamed of themselves. They just want to make money, and it's disgusting. I'm just saying, that's the truth. And if you want to do some research, do the research, because I'm telling you the truth. You there? Hello?
Okay, thank you for your comment. We appreciate it.
Wait a
and
minute. I'm not through yet. I'm not through.
Your timer is counting down, and I'm sorry, but your 3 minutes has expired. We will go on to the next caller, and that will be Rodney Riggs. Welcome, Rodney.
Well, hello, everybody. Listening to everybody, and especially Hans, he said what the BID is confirming. The business people down on Canyon Row are really strong against any cannabis shops opening up. One thing we're really concerned about is the learning center, like Hans said, down there on Canyon Row, and it backs up right to the rec trail and the aquarium. And for years, since the aquarium's been there, we are a family orientated section down there. And we've talked to every business person on Canyon Row and Wave Street, and they're strongly against the cannabis people opening up any sort of store on Canyon Row. But we've got good representation down there. So I leave it to the city council to make up their minds, and we'll have another meeting about this. But thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Rodney. And we'll go to next caller here, and that's Eloise Shim. Welcome.
Okay, good evening. This is Eloise Shim calling, and I wanted to ask the question about the report by the expert, the cannabis expert, that is about 25 pages long. I wanted to know how much the city paid that expert consultant for that report. And the other thing that I wanted to mention is that I think that the Cannery Row Business Foundation should be taken seriously, since they're a substantial group that's been in Monterey for a long time, and they want to keep it family oriented and not have the cannabis. And also, when I looked into the new visitor thing from the weekly, and I counted all of the cannabis from North County to wherever in Monterey, there is 20. There is one CDB in Monterey, but it's 20. So there is saturation in this area. It's more than, 1,800 or 18,000 or 20,000. It's less than that for every dispensary. It's more like about 3,000 or 5,000. And the other thing that I wanted to mention is that it says that this in the report that you don't need to consider environmental things, but you do need to consider environmental things, because we're in a drought. And in Los Angeles, they confiscated $1 billion worth of illegal cannabis, and the cartels stole a lot of water in the middle of a drought. And it costs the law enforcement $1 million for that one operation in Antelope County. So, that's a big expense. And I just don't think that you need more cannabis in Monterey. You have enough surrounding Monterey. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment from our virtual audience today.
All right, well, then we'll open up our public
Oh,
comments.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure if the hands just raised last minute here. Clementine,
Yes,
did I miss the raised hands, or did they come in?
I think
after
they
I
just
closed?
raised. I wasn't looking right at it, but those weren't raised a couple moments ago.
Okay, so we do have 2 hands raised after I announced the closure.
No, that's fine. Let's let them speak
Okay.
with the electronic snafus that we have.
Okay, we'll take John Rico Carr. Welcome, John Rico.
Hello, this is John Rico. Just wanted to say a few things. Since our last meeting about commercial cannabis, so much progress has been made across our country with regards to the legalization of cannabis. Several states have passed laws legalizing recreational cannabis. Our U.S. Supreme Court has declared federal cannabis prohibition to be unstable and contradictory. Our Senate is also working to pass legislation legalizing cannabis on a federal level. I should also mention the many dispensaries and commercial cannabis businesses that have been licensed and opened by cities and counties all over our state. I don't see why we would delay any longer on issuing commercial cannabis licenses here in Monterey. I still applaud the city's work and the taxpayer money that has gone into the research and study that determined our community's need for commercial cannabis. When this process began, the city made it clear in a slide that social justice is important. I'm curious to know, will the city be offering a social equity program when we begin the application process? And what research has been done in offering a social equity program? Every state passing cannabis legalization has also prioritized social equity programs. There is no reason Monterey shouldn't do the same. Since our last meeting, the state has awarded $15 million to cities and counties that offer social equity programs to cannabis businesses. How great would it be to receive funding while taking a bite out of the social justice apple? As for the locations for dispensaries, I agree with the current suggested zones. Allowing any property outside of the buffer zones established to protect our youth within each the Alvarado, Cannery Row, and the Lighthouse District, where I previously operated this type of business. I'm here to keep up with the process, submit application, and see Monterey through to having respectable cannabis businesses. Let's keep this process moving along. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for calling in. And we'll take the next caller, Matt Best. Matt?
Thank you, Nat. This is Matt Best. I was born and raised in Monterey County. For the last 6 or 7 years, have done cannabis licensing work across the country and watched over 30 US states adopt either a medical or adult use program in some form or fashion. And throughout that experience, I've interacted with several city councils, mayors, county commissioners, and other local politicians. I would like to first thank Mayor Robertson, city manager, and city council of Monterey, not only for responding to my inquiries about this roadmap, but responding timely and responding constructively. I think the only way these programs work is when there's an extraordinary amount of community support and dialogue like the one happening this evening occurs. In this instance, it lets me know how much you care about public policy, patient and consumer safety, and product safety in your community. And I think it's rare and different to have individuals so engaged at the local level. And I'd encourage everyone who feels one way or the other about this to weigh in and have their voice heard. That's the only way we get to the point in which responsible cannabis operations are able to take place. I have worked in Monterey County, particularly in Carmel with Synchronicity Holistic. I have helped her and her team with her SOPs and training, and I've worked with several multi-state operators throughout their licensing process and the standing up of their operations. And I can tell everyone that those who desire to operate in this space should be held to extraordinarily high levels of compliance and stewardship in these businesses. It is a right to operate these business when done in accordance with the laws set forth in the community. And I just want to say thank you for taking such care with your consideration, for being responsive to the members of the community, and hope to see a lasting program take shape in this community, and believe it can be done so with proper care. And would like to thank you for your time.
Thank you, Matt. And now we conclude public comment
All
for
right, we will
virtual
conclude
callers.
that for digitally. All right, then let's open it up here, please, for people who brave the elements. And still Rick Johnson is here. Always a pleasure to see you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, members of council, my name is Rick Johnson. I'm Executive Director of the Old Monterey Business Association and Administrator of the New Monterey Business Association. So I'm hitting on two of the areas where this is. I want to start off, even though we have no say in it by all means, that I would urge you strongly to support our sister business association in Cannery Row. And if the businesses themselves are really opposed to it, and they would be the neighbor of it, that you consider that. With that said, thank you for your support. Thank you for your outreach, both to the residents and to the business community. An interesting thing is that I think it was 70% and 74% were the numbers you had on your postcard or on the online. And in the business area, we came in at 72%. So we actually split it right there. And so we have been supportive in both OMBA and NMBA from our business aspect. And I want to reiterate that. I also want to say that as far as Alvarado Street is concerned, the concern of the business community wasn't so much the storefront, although that was part of it. It was that they didn't want signage on Alvarado. And that's something that they've been very clear about, and that continues. So if a building was on Cali P or on Tyler Street, even though it went through to Alvarado Street, it was the signage that was the major concern. Just to put that in perspective. We have a few things. I'll go through them really quickly. We do support it. We certainly support the roadmap. And I really, really commend the city for the way that was put together. Although I will say that if you want to up the speed limit on the roadmap, feel free to do that too. We wouldn't want it near the sports center or my museum. I know you're not talking about buffer zones, but that was something that really strongly came out in the downtown. We would want it to be highly regulated, have a lot of oversight. I don't think there'll be a problem with that. High level of professional security. We want to learn the lessons from those businesses that did open in other towns. And we would like to see a proven, vetted prior experience of whoever comes in, so that in those other towns where they were learning how to do it, we want to reap that benefit of bringing people in that have no less than an impeccable track record. Am I really over my 3 minutes? Boy.
I'm afraid you are, yes.
And I'll then end this.
The light.
Yes, it beeped, so I stopped it.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so I will, I'm sure I'll be back many times as the roadmap continues, but we do support it. And the one thing we found this weekend was we actually got a call from somebody who asked us, who was visiting in Monterey, if there was a cannabis store. They were staying in one of the hotels. And when I said no, but there are in neighboring towns, they said, oh, well, do you know where we could buy it on the street? And I want you to know I'm not dealing. And I didn't give
Rick,
them a name.
feel free to give us your comments in writing, email them. We'll make sure that they're good points.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Good. I know 3 minutes goes fast.
Even for Minnesota.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council and staff. My name is Sal Palma, and I'm the owner and operator of Higher Level of Care in the cities of Seaside, Hollister, and Greenfield. Additionally, I was born and raised in the city of Monterey. And while I moved out of the city limits about 2 years ago, my family has multiple residential properties, multifamily residential properties, and commercial properties within the city. So still very much a stakeholder in the city. I think that now is a very important time to continue down the roadmap to cannabis as outlined by the city staff. I feel that this conversation was originally catalyzed by the pandemic and subsequent shutdown of many of the major industries in Monterey, and then began to slow a little bit as we thought we were coming out of the other end of COVID. But unfortunately, as we now know, that was a little bit premature. So I think that it's imperative that the city take this opportunity to diversify its tax revenue streams. And this is an industry that has been deemed to be essential by the CDPH and the county health department throughout the statewide shutdowns, and has proven to have many positives, tax revenue and otherwise, to many of the surrounding jurisdictions with very few documented downsides or incidents. I think that the staff has done an incredible job in outlining a very comprehensive roadmap, and the majority of the public has spoken out in favor of moving things down the road. And I think now is a very appropriate time to do so. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Now, welcome to our meeting.
Thank you. Thank you. And good evening, City Council. My name is Anthony Gonzalez, and I'm a local Monterey resident. And I'm here today to express my interest in a retail dispensary license. I want to share my journey into the cannabis industry with you and how it's had an impact on my life. Several years ago, I was extremely overweight and suffering from a variety of stomach issues that were becoming progressively debilitating. At the time, I was working really long hours for in a really high stress role for one of the largest companies in the world. My doctors prescribed me several different medications over the course of a year to help relieve inflammation and pain, but nothing seemed to work for me. These different medications actually often had a lot of different side effects that made things worse. And so as my stomach issues got worse, it became harder and harder to be able to work, and I started to grow helpless. It wasn't until that I started to understand and research the full benefits of the cannabis plant that I discovered the endocannabinoid system and how it worked in our body. I started incorporating it into a daily routine of CBD and playing around with different strains of THC. And really, it impacted my life. It had a huge impact on my recovery. I started using cannabis to support my fitness routine and found that it made a huge difference. The gym and working out became fun again as I played around with different strains prior to my workout and to aid into recovery. You know, having such an impactful experience with cannabis, I knew that this was an industry that I wanted to dedicate my life to. I started Stigma, which is a cannabis lifestyle brand that's based online, and we're now expanding into Stigma Wellness, which will be our cannabis retail dispensary. And what we hope to create is a cannabis health and wellness center, unlike any of the different dispensaries that are out there. Something that truly educates people on the benefits of cannabis and how it can be incorporated into people's life. So I thank you guys for the opportunity to present and to go through this process, and I look forward to connecting with each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you for comment. So do we have anyone else, please? Good evening.
Good evening. It's my pleasure. I'm grateful to be able to stand here in front of you after over a decade to address the City Council, Mayor Hans, Ed Smith. You were one of my no votes. And I want to address the gentleman on the phone that critiqued and went after Ed Smith. Because a few years ago, I was pretty mad at Ed. I came back in front of you, 2010, again, 2014. Nancy Selfridge took me to meet Jane Parker, and that's when I started working with the local board of supervisors. John Phillips and I became very close. I worked with him to explain to him that I had a little brother all through high school that smoked pot and continued to be arrested and lived in the juvenile hall system and went on to other drugs. And I knew it was a gateway drug. And I'm going to tell you, City Council Member Smith, we were lied to. And I told Judge Phillips exactly the same thing. 80 years of propaganda. My little brother had anxiety and depression. And I look at the way he was bullied, and somewhere in his life in high school, he found a different feeling that he was able to accomplish. And it is not a gateway drug. It is an exit drug. I work with many people at Synchronicity Holistic that come in to smoke a joint. And I explain to them that I have never smoked a joint in my life. I raised 7 kids, sent 3 to treatment because I thought it was a gateway because of my brother. And I've been able to stand before you gratefully without a walker and without a cane. So, Hans, when you look at me with that heartfelt, oh my God, this has been life-changing for me. And I have a patient community that drives from your community and from Seaside and from Greenfield and from Salinas to see why we're different. We've received national acclaim for being the most luxurious cannabis destination in the entire United States. I cried because I never thought about her being pretty. What I wanted to do was have the authenticity and gain the trust of my patient community that they could look at me as a testimonial and I could help them. I have police, I have judges, I have attorneys and doctors that come to me that still have that shame of just say no. And what we do is we educate to help overcome that by microdosing. And so, Ed, I was mad at you when you said no to me. I understand why you did. I'm done.
Yes,
Can I just say one more thing?
one more thing, please.
Thank you. After 26 years of being a commercial real estate agent, not in your community, but in the state of California, I have looked for over a decade and been in every building that has been offered for sale with Ryan Edwards, who sold me my Carmel location. There is only one location that will prosper and give your patient community, your tourist community, the parking, visibility, and accessibility. And that is the former Urgent Bay Care Unit located at 245 Washington Street. Chomp still has that location, and I'm in negotiations on it. Thank you very
Thank you.
much, all of you.
All right, thank you. And anyone else? All right, seeing none, I'll close public comment, bring it back to the council. So again, what our staff is looking for is direction on the roadmap. It was suggested that maybe we make it the Autobahn. So I'll open it up to the council. Where do you want to go?
May I start?
Yeah,
Sure. Ed.
Councilmember Ed, please. Do.
Thanks for those that called in and wanted to say something, and thank you very much for the comments. I appreciate the dialogue. One of the callers is apparently not kept current and not read the paper and not watched, but I'm not sure I've deviated on any of my positions. So I'll meet with him and make sure he knows where I stand.
Yeah.
I'm not going to discuss the merits of whether there are benefits to medical. I think there is overwhelming information that there are some benefits to marijuana in the medical realm. I'm not going to go in and debate again the merits of whether or not Monterey should or shouldn't. I want to address it and just reinforce my position so everybody knows tonight. I haven't changed my mind. I still think that if we approved any, we would be in a market that's oversaturated. I've always had the position that if someone needs it, they could go to Seaside, very close, Delray Oaks, very close, and Carmel, very close. And I don't see the need to have it in Monterey because we have it available in a very close proximity. So the flip side of that is that, well, why would I not want to do it? Because if there's tax to be collected, shouldn't Monterey collect that tax? So as I've said before, any decision that is based on, and you can call it moral, or you can call it my law enforcement past, but it's who I am and it's in my fiber in terms of what I decide that I think is appropriate for the city of Monterey as I assess the needs of the community and the greater good, and try and weigh that against the poll that is high that admittedly says we want to have it. So why would I say no to the tax dollars? Because I say no to the process of having it in Monterey, and I'm not against medical treatment and medical marijuana, but for purely retail reasons, I do think it's a gateway drug for some, and I do think it attracts the type of economic development that I'm not in favor of. And I also want to say that if I'm going to chase the money, then my moral fiber or my decisions that I ever made or the business that I was in for 34 years was a sham. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to sell out my value system, and I'm not going to go back to my children and tell them something different than I raised them. Now, people can judge me as wrong. I'm one vote. That's my position. I haven't changed. I'm still going to be anti, and I think we should save the time and money. And my vote tonight would be to not proceed and to save the time and effort on staff and stop this pursuit, and don't go fast, don't go anymore, deviate and say, I just don't want to see it in Monterey. So I just wanted to say that my position has not changed. And I hope the caller is still watching so he can hear me. I haven't changed my mind. I'm still voting no.
Thank you very much, Ed. Eloquently said. Okay. Other comments? Councilmember Allen?
Yeah, thank you very much. So it's no surprise, I don't agree with some of Ed's conclusions, but I do want to say I totally respect Ed Smith. I respect you, Ed, and I was a little disappointed with the caller who seemed to imply things about you that I don't think are true. So you're a good man, Ed. I just disagree with you on this. Regarding, I think I just kind of want to focus on what we're asked to address. First of all, yes or no? Yes. Why yes? Number one, obviously there are tax revenues and we need those tax revenues. We need those, $1 million that could fund 5 police officers or 3 police officers and 2 firefighters, or it could fund a homeless shelter. So maybe we wouldn't have so many of the homeless issues we're hearing about. So to me, that's a lot of public good that we can do with those revenues that we're not going to get in some other way. I also think there is a public service element that, yeah, people can drive to Seaside and get their cannabis products, but you have people who are in the city of Monterey who have cancer, who are not mobile. They can't even call and have their medical cannabis delivered to them legally. It's against Monterey law. I voted against that. I think that was wrong. So it isn't as easy. It isn't that easy. And I just think it isn't, people should be able to get products that they want and need without having to drive a long ways to some other community. I also think that, as one of the speakers said, there's just so many myths around cannabis, and we've criminalized it for so long. We've ruined a lot of lives by criminalizing it. And there still seems to be a stigma that I don't fully understand. We have Cannery Row Business Association says that they're a family destination. I don't completely dispute that, but yet they have no problem with nightclubs and bars and wine tasting. Those aren't places kids go. Alcoholism is a rampant problem in our society. So it's hard for me to understand that distinction. So anyway, in short, there's tax revenue to be made. There are people who want a service, and we live in a country that celebrates liberty and freedom. So I think if we as a government are going to limit people's access to something that they want, there really needs to be an overriding public safety concern that simply does not objectively exist. There's simply no evidence of any of the things we're told. It's not a gateway drug. It's not a addictive drug. It's not a destructive drug. No one dies from overdosing on cannabis. And it actually has medical benefits. So I think we believe in liberty. We should be making it available to our residents and to our visitors. All right, so that's sort of just yes or no. Yes. As far as where, again, I tend to be in favor of, we've got a 600-foot boundary. That makes a lot of sense from youth serving kinds of things like schools and youth centers. If it were up to me, I would say yes on Alvarado, yes on Cannery Row. And frankly, again, I don't understand it. We have a tobacco shop on Alvarado. Nobody seems to be up in arms about that. Tobacco is highly addictive and kills you. We know this. Nobody seems to care. But cannabis, it's something else. Nonetheless, I'm hearing what people are saying. So I'm prepared to support the staff recommendation, but I do wonder about Del Monte and why we wouldn't include that. And we had one of the speakers saying that 245 Washington Street is really an ideal location. I'm not sure why it wouldn't be. and it's nowhere near a school. It's nowhere near a youth serving youth center or anything like that. So I'm okay not having it on Alvarado. I'm okay not having it on Cannery Row as long as Wave Street and Foam Street have ample spaces, and as long as Calais P has ample spaces. But I would prefer to include Del Monte, again, subject to any kind of overlay with respect to youth centers and schools. I guess those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, Alan, and you as well are very articulate. I think the 600-foot buffer may be impacted by the Monterey Sports Center, which is right across the street. So
Yeah, likely would be.
I'm pretty sure.
Except I don't think that's a youth center or a school.
Based on staff's analysis, the sports center is not considered a youth center or school, but the El Estero Youth Center, which is focused on youth programs, even though it's been renamed and it's now known as the El Estero Park Center, is part of that buffer zone. And I'll share with you on a screen here, includes quite a bit of, I'll just present now since we're on the topic. Quite a bit of Del Monte Avenue. But as you can see, the Monterey Sports Center is not shown here on the map as being within that zone.
Yes.
It doesn't look like 245 Washington Street would be in that buffer zone.
It does not.
Right.
All right. Well, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Who'd like to articulate next?
Tyler, you want to go or you want me to go, Tyler?
Go ahead, Dan.
Okay, thanks. I understand both sides of the issue, both Councilmember Smith and Councilmember Hoffa. And it's obvious in our polling, in our survey, that a majority of our citizens could see and can adapt to a cannabis dispensary in the city of Monterey, but not all, by the way. I think it was for sure 60%. Was that what it was, city manager? Something around that said, yes, we can go ahead and do it. But yet 70 to 75% said, but limited, which I'm not quite sure what limited means. Does that mean 5? Does that mean 1? Does that mean 6? I mean, it wasn't specific enough. For me, it's a difficult decision because as one caller mentioned that, yes, I was an educator and in education is something that we probably don't want kids to be exposed to, obviously, until they're older and they can handle it and they understand it. But on the other hand, though, we do have neighborhoods or neighbors and citizens that believe that we can handle it in the city of Monterey. For me, I just, for whatever reason, I don't know what the reason is, except the fact that I just don't like to see it downtown. I'm just not in favor of anywhere between Alvarado, Calle Principal, or Tyler Street. I'm just not, I just don't think that's an appropriate place for this particular business. Obviously, we have to respect the opinions of our businesses, and obviously Cannery Row has stated that they don't want it down on that area, so that eliminates for me Cannery Row. So for me, I think because we do have people in our community that are still not sure about it, I could support one cannabis dispensary on the peninsula just to see how it works and how people react to it. I could see that, and I could support that. I could support one. Where I would prefer to go is on Lighthouse and Foam Street, and possibly Wave, because it is off of Cannery Row. I would prefer Lighthouse and Foam. I do want to make a comment about North Fremont Street. We talked about events at the fairgrounds. To me, it's clear that the neighborhood association or the neighborhood associations do not want it in North Fremont Street. So if they don't want it in North Fremont Street, I wouldn't see why they would want an event in their neighborhood that promotes cannabis. So, but that's for another time we can talk about. So for me, I can support one cannabis dispensary, but I would prefer it to be on the Lighthouse foam corridor.
Wait, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Very well stated as well. Councilmember Tyler.
So I think we're a little bit all over the place on this one. It's going to be interesting to see how this ends up. I like my colleagues here, respect everybody's perspective and point of view. And I particularly want to give appreciation to Dan for the recognition of the minority. I think it's important to recognize those that don't necessarily align with the majority of the community. Even if it's strong, I think it's important that we recognize it in all types of issues, housing and otherwise. So just wanted to give appreciation there. I do want to just touch base again on this conversation around North Fremont, because there have been community members, and Dan, just as you said, the idea of doing special events at the fairgrounds, it's in the community. I'm not sure if cannabis is the solution, but maybe part of the proposal that we could look at is the idea of staff having conversations around a cannabis lounge on North Fremont. I think that idea is intriguing, and I don't want us to necessarily close the door on opportunities that could really benefit the community and the city. I think one reason, and I stated these when we talked about this last time, but it is the denser part of the city. And so a lot more of our constituents, our residents live on that side of town. And so to say that, we're not going to offer you opportunities within the city of Monterey on that side, I think there's just an image that could be portrayed there. And then we're also not capturing the revenue that's potentially going to cities like Seaside and Delray Oaks. If folks can go over there, why are we not taking advantage of that opportunity? I just don't think it's fair for us to leave them out of the conversation. And we've heard from several folks tonight that are interested in North Fremont as an option. So just wanted to throw that into the conversation. I am open to the conversation around how much retail, but I think just narrowing it to one would be a lost opportunity. I mean, we're here now having the conversation, and I don't think that's what the community wants. I don't think that's what the community needs, and I think we need to be bold in regards to the decisions that we're making tonight. And then just regarding the piece about special events, I think we should have staff move forward with engaging with the community on those conversations. And I'd be interested in hearing more about what the strategy looks like behind that. And that's it for me.
Okay, always very well said. Thank you kindly. I'm going to weigh in a moment, but if you don't mind, if I can, it's awfully small and I can't get my phone to flip for me. But I want to thank everyone who has been so respectful this evening. The council, our staff, members of the public, and it's so valuable. I would share this with you. This is from a book by Gene Johnson called Terrans. You don't get people willing to listen to your needs by being disrespectful to them. You don't encourage people to share what they have by demanding and insulting them. Samuel Johnson said, when once the forms of civility are violated, there remains little hope of decency. So I thank all of you for being respectful and decent. And for those of you who choose not to do that, please start doing that. Well, Tyler even threw another wrinkle in the discussion. Thank you. I'm willing to go forward. It's a roadmap. I think Dan's idea is a good one. We don't know how many, we're looking at 1, 2, or 3. 3 was the recommended by Mr. Lovis, I think, because of the saturation and capacity. But to me, it makes some sense to, and we can do that with our roadmap. We can adopt the roadmap. We could have our 3 areas. If we decide on those, we can exclude Alvarado Street, we can exclude Cannery Row. That's further down the roadmap. But I think what we need to do is keep going down the road. I'm thinking we can try 1, we can try 2, who knows, we could try 3. But these things aren't in cement. If we decide on 1 or 2, we could go 3 later. If we decide on 1, we can go 2 later. So we have to see it can evolve. And so a friend of mine, my doctor friend, says, when are you going to approve that dispensary? Because he shared with me the medical benefits. I've had emails where people, frankly, were upset because they misunderstood where the council was going on this, assumed things that we weren't going to pursue it. And their stories were really heart-wrenching. They were upset, I get that. But end-of-life stories where a parent was helped through that journey, through cannabis. Doctors telling me that they've gotten people off opioids, et cetera. There's also the idea of if it's legal and it's regulated, theoretically, it should help get rid of the black market. Unfortunately, it's so highly taxed that it's encouraged the black market. That's a discussion for another time. But for us to have a first-class dispensary in the city of Monterey, I'm in favor of that. So how we put together, I don't know if you want a motion, how specific you need, he said, you're right, before we go further. So we'll probably have to come up with some kind of motion that, let's see, we're pretty good at this, encapsulating what everybody has said this evening about how we go forward. So does anybody want to try that?
I got a question, and I maybe would try it. I guess my question is, it seems like there's probably 3 or 4 votes for including Lighthouse, Cannery Row, the Cannery Row Business District minus Cannery Row, and I guess the downtown minus Alvarado. My question is, Tyler had brought up North Fremont. I don't know if we want to still leave that open. And so that's really kind of my question. Do we still want to leave that open or do we want to just shut that down? How do people feel about that?
I think the discussion around North Fremont Street was the type of business that would go in. I think that if it was a cannabis dispensary, I'm not sure people agree with that, but if it was a business that had some type of entertainment along with cannabis, I think that there are some people that might feel differently that way.
So maybe, okay, so I think I can make a motion. I'll try a motion, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. That we ask, yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to add a comment before we go into the motions, because I know there's going to be a couple of different levels of the motions. Something got introduced tonight that's a little variation of what's been in front of us with this concept of a lounge or some type of an alternative location where I'm assuming a lounge mixed with alcohol or not, but a location that people would gather for the purpose of socializing and using marijuana. So that hasn't really been studied. I don't think that we've asked the staff to delve into that, to include the portions of asking other communities what they've done. ABC, our own police chief should weigh in on this. And I think I want to put my public safety hat back out there and say, when you start to combine folks that are going to drive likely to a lounge and participate and then mix socializing and maybe alcohol and the marijuana business in a lounge, that I think that's a whole different another level of what's called dangerous for road safety. We already have enough intoxicated drivers from bars as it is, but to go to a category where we would entertain the possibility of a marijuana lounge and expect that we're not going to address some of the safety issues around that. So I just want to caution that we haven't even studied that. We haven't asked the questions. And I don't think that that should be even the topic of anything tonight, because I think that that really creates a public safety issue that we have not even talked about.
Councilman Ed, I actually kind of agree with you on that. I think when you mix alcohol and cannabis, that in my experience and my observation, yes, that can lead to problems. But I do think, so I'm just going to try something.
Alan, real quick, if I could just
Yeah.
jump in.
Okay.
A cannabis lounge doesn't have to include alcohol. Actually, I don't think that would be the
Right.
intention at all.
Right. I hear you. I'm just going to try this out.
Alan, before you do, if I could interrupt you as well.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
And that is, with respect to what Ed has said, Tyler, and you as well. The roadmap is a straight street as far as I'm concerned at this point. So I think all along the roadmap has talked about a dispensary in the city of Monterey. And I would really like us to stay on that road. And then, as I said later, if there are other things we want to explore, let's do that. But it's taken us a long time to get where we are now. So I would just.
And so, Mr. Mayor, are you saying also like the fairgrounds itself is something you really don't want to discuss as far as events go at this point?
I think part of the staff recommendation is to have that discussion. I hear a
Okay.
yes, and that's okay. But then
Yeah.
again, I've had history with the fairgrounds for over 40 years. We'd have to look at what kind of event it was, and yeah.
Right. Okay. So I guess I'll just try this out. I'm going to make a motion that we direct staff to move forward with the roadmap, including consideration of permitting cannabis dispensaries in the downtown, with the exception of Alvarado Street, Lighthouse District, the Cannery Row Business District, accepting Cannery Row itself. And then as far as North Fremont or the fairgrounds, that would be something that would be a future discussion.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second that.
We have a second. Alan, you are always a very good motion crafter, by the way.
Thank you.
Could I ask
Discussion.
the motion to
Amendment, maybe?
amendment of, instead of dispensaries as in plural, dispensary?
How about dispensary or dispensaries? I guess what I don't want to necessarily do, and I do hear you saying you're okay with one, but not two or three. I don't necessarily feel like I don't necessarily want us to make that decision tonight.
So then so then what we're saying is that by voting on this, we're not voting on 3, 2, 6. We're just voting on dispensaries.
In those potentially in those areas, subject to overlays relative to schools and youth centers and all of that. Yeah.
All right, I buy that.
Yeah.
Okay, we do have a motion, second, further discussion.
I guess the only concern that I have is the vagueness that we're giving staff. And so we're going to have staff put in all this work and energy, and then we're going to say, no, we're only going to do one. So I think that we need to kind of speak true to where we're feeling about this and give staff some good direction here, because that was why we delayed it last time. And now we're kind of just kicking the can down the road some more. I just think we need to get on with it here. And so
Hans,
I was seconding it based off of the fact that it was kind of still pretty much what staff's recommendation was.
Hans, is that something that really you as staff would appreciate? Do you want us to delineate how many right now?
Yes, and yeah, I would appreciate that. And I think a possible amendment or motion that may be worthwhile considering could be saying 3 or less.
Well, definitely, yeah. I would certainly be okay with 3 or less. I guess I'll just speak to Dan. I don't know where the mayor is on this as far as the number goes. But to me, saying one, I have a problem with that because you're kind of setting up that operator as to have a monopoly, number one. And I just don't favor monopolies. It also just kind of feels a little arbitrary. I do get the sense that on the one hand, I think you're thinking, well, let's just see how it goes, and it'll probably go okay, and then we'll approve. Maybe we'll approve another one or two if it goes okay. But it just feels kind of arbitrary, and it feels like we're just going to be setting one operator up to have a huge advantage over others. They're probably going to charge a lot more because they're not going to have any competition. And I guess I just don't see a good reason for it. But so I would prefer not to say one. I would prefer at least two or three. But I don't know how Tyler or Clyde feel. I hear what Dan says, which he's okay with one.
Okay, well, let's let Dan clarify then and comment.
Great, thank you. I understand what you're saying, Alan, but once again, I think this is a comfort zone for our city. This is a big decision, at least for me it is. And the people that I talk to, it's a big decision, and they're like me. They're kind of on the fence about this. And some of them have told me, look, I think I can deal with one for right now. I think I can get past it for one, and maybe one for a year, and then come back after a year and say, you know what, this is working out fine. And I think everybody is okay with it. Let's put a couple more in. So for me, Alan, I'm just listening to what people are telling me, that they're very uncomfortable about it, but they're not saying no. So Tyler, I understand you want to do it right now. I get that. But for me, I'm just looking at being very comfortable with the decision. And to me, I'm very comfortable with the decision of one. I am.
So I was just going to add to Alan's comments in that I think also in our evaluation of the experience, if we only have one retail shop, I don't think we have anything to compare it to. So I think that the idea of creating that competition there's another level of our ability to be able to evaluate and assess the performance of how that experience is going.
It's not a matter of comparing anything. It's a matter of people feeling comfortable that one in our city, and there isn't any problems. There isn't any illegal actions going on. There isn't anything that people are fearful about in a cannabis dispensary. So I'm not saying that one for the next 20 years. I'm not even saying one for the next 6 months. I'm just saying, let's try one, see how it works. And if it works well, then we come back and do more. So I'm not ruling out more than one.
Let me ask this, if I may, and that is, as we go down the roadmap, if we adopt the motion as presented, which is dispensaries or 3 or less, I don't know what the wording would be. Is there somewhere along the roadmap where the council could say, pull over? We've got one and you've got another application. No, we're not so sure. In other words, do we have future options?
Yes.
Yes, we could. So there's a safeguard.
I can.
So maybe 1 to 3.
Sure, that would be fine.
No more than 3.
3 or less. But with the safeguard, my point is, I agree with everybody.
Yeah.
And I'd like to get moving on this, frankly.
Okay.
If I could, Mayor,
I'm sorry.
I just think this is where some of the frustration is with it, right? Because we have all these priorities in the city. And so now here we're telling staff to spend a considerable amount of time in looking at the idea of 3, all the work that goes into that. And then we're likely to end up in a situation where we're just going to say 1. Let's just vote for 1 if that's all we got. Because I don't want to waste our staff resources when we have other priorities to handle. I mean, we have our retreat coming up, and hopefully we can help clarify what the priorities are of the city council and making that in a way that is executable by city staff. But doing things like this is not going to help.
Well, as I was saying, that there are safeguards built into this, so we don't have to decide on a number tonight.
And
Mayor,
it seems like
I-
we're all
I-
okay with at least one. And maybe in the future, or maybe sooner than that, more than one, depending on how things go.
All right, so
Yeah.
do you want to let's have your motion repeated and see if you're still comfortable with it in the second?
Yeah, maybe Clementine can read it and make sure.
We'll do that, and we'll get a weigh in a moment from our city manager.
Well, the version that I have is the version where you said to direct staff to move forward with the roadmap, including consideration of permitting. And I'm not sure if Tyler seconded this amendment, the cannabis dispensary or dispensaries in the downtown, except Alvarado Street, Lighthouse District, Cannery Row Business District, except Cannery Row itself, and to discuss North Fremont and Cannery Row at a point in the future. So.
Right. And I think maybe the amendment to that, I don't know if Tyler would agree, would be 3 or less in those areas.
Okay, Tyler, that's.
I guess it's not the motion that I thought it was. And I apologize, Mayor. I didn't mean to cut you off. I thought you were done talking. So I just wanted to clarify. I think last time I'm going to say it, just to kind of be clear. I understand that we have these stopgap opportunities in the future. And if there's something realistic that allows us to use those, I think that's appropriate. But if we're kind of going into this, having the sense that we're only going to do one in the end, then I don't think we should use staff resources. I think we need to be smart about this and honest with ourselves about what's realistic in the next several months about what we want staff to do.
I tend to agree, and I'm hearing Dan pretty clearly. He's okay with one right now. So if that's kind of how you're feeling too, Clyde, maybe we should just make it clear, and I'll support it. If that's where the two of you are at, let's just say one. It'll be clearer for staff. But if you think you might be open to 2 or possibly 3, then I think we should keep it as it is.
I'm open to your motion with the safeguards. Yeah.
Okay, then let's leave the motion as is.
How much of this is going to depend on how many applicants that we might get? And we may not get any, we'll have to see, or we may get 1 or 2. A lot of this is, we don't know what's ahead on the roadmap, so.
And the quality of the applicants.
Exactly, the quality is going to be very important to us. City manager, I'm sorry, I was going to allow you to weigh in.
Yeah, I would like to ask the community development director, Kim, are you okay with the motion as it is right now? Does it help you for a possible CEQA? And before you answer for Councilmember Williamson, I really appreciate your concerns for the staff workload. But unless you quantify where you or qualify where you want to put that dispensary, we still have to do the same work for all 3 areas. So it doesn't matter if it's just one, because we still have to analyze the specific plans, the coastal plan, etc., for the 3 different areas. So, and while I hear the council's preference saying we want 3 areas right now. So for us, it's right now the same work, and I like Kim to weigh in about the CEQA, if 3 or less, or 3, 0 to less, or 1 to 3, if that helps us with the CEQA analysis and the project description.
Thank you, Hans. I guess my point is we'll evaluate worst case scenario as part of the environmental review. And so we'll have to, we'll quantify the 3, and as I understand it, the 3 in total for the various areas. So that will be the scope of the review. And then ultimately you can adopt an ordinance or plan amendments that are less than that, but you'll have what the worst case scenario is. If you're wanting us to define alternatives now, 3 in total or 1 per business district, if you have any more clarity, you can provide this at this time. What becomes difficult for us is if the scope of work changes for the environmental review. So if we prepare a analysis on 3 and ultimately you say, you know what, we think there should be 5, we have to go back and redo all the calculations. So we can go from worst case down, but it's hard to go from worst case up.
I have a question.
Thanks. Yes, Councilmember Dan.
Kim, in preparing that CEQA analysis, does it matter where, if we decide on three, where those three are in that analysis? So if there are three on Lighthouse or there are three on downtown, will that make a big difference? Or do we have to identify where those three should go?
It will make a difference. So if you're thinking about potentially three on Lighthouse and three on downtown, or three only on Lighthouse and none on downtown, you can imagine the traffic impacts are different for those. The potential impacts on it's a different analysis. So if you have any clarity, if it's three citywide, potentially in these districts, we can do it that way. But if you have the more clarity you can provide us, the better.
Yeah, what I was saying is, if we decide on three, then you would want some direction on whether you want all three of them in Lighthouse or one in Lighthouse, one downtown, and that would affect your specific project, I would assume.
Correct.
Okay. One.
It just gets more and more fun, doesn't it?
Mayor,
Yes,
we're still in discussion, right?
yes, absolutely.
And do we have a second on that
Yeah.
motion, that second motion? Was there a second?
Do we still have a second, Tyler?
I still don't have clarity on what the motion is. So
Let's, Clementine, on the motion one more time, please.
Yeah, the way that I heard it with the amendment was dispensary or dispensaries, and I'm wondering if a number should be in there. Because Kim was talking about three and dispensaries isn't.
Three or less, Tyler. Or no more than three, I guess maybe is a better way to put it.
So
At this time.
why don't we say three? And then we have these opportunities, right? These stopgap efforts down the path, those still exist regardless. So
I
if
haven't figured out what those stop gaps are. What are those?
Not sure that's true, I guess.
So the
So
mayor
if
was
we
just-
say three now, does that preclude the council in the future from deciding they want one or two?
I think that's what the question that the mayor had asked the city manager earlier. And so it seemed like, when we receive an RFP, we can choose to only accept one. And I think that was what I was basing that stopgap thing off of.
Well, what we'll do is we'll be preparing, the ordinance and related environmental documents based on the direction tonight. And we'll present to you three, and you could change it to two or one, but it will be difficult we'd have to do different environmental review if you decide to go up to four.
So
or
the
more.
highest impact on the CEQA. Got it. I'm okay with that.
Okay, so what we want to do is the motion, Alan, I think, is to say up to three or less. How do you want to say it?
Three or less.
Three or less, okay. And so does that clarify it, Tyler?
Yeah, but then there's this whole other thing too around what Hans was just saying about the location of them as well. So Alan did make that part of his motion earlier too, which is why I want to be clear about exactly what the motion is, because he did identify Cannery Row, except for Cannery Row, Lighthouse, downtown, except for Alvarado. That was what the motion was. So I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page here.
Correct. And so I guess theoretically, you could have, you'd get applications. You could have three in one of those. You could have one, you could have two in one, and then we'll get to decide whether or not we want one, whether we want one. I mean, part of it would be just the interest from operators and what kind of properties they can find.
If I could chime in here, as Kim mentioned, the more specificity, the better. The next step, based on the agenda report here, is that we would do specific plan amendments in each of the areas. So if there is interest in having up to three, council could choose to move forward tentatively, or at least direct staff to prepare the specific plan amendments for one on Lighthouse, one downtown, one in Cannery Row with the exemptions of Alvarado and Cannery Row. And then once this goes to planning commission and back to council then choose to whether or not to accept those amendments or not based on those areas.
Well, that's one way to go, but I think I personally don't think we can be that specific.
I have a thought, Mayor.
Yeah, let me finish, please. And that is, I think if you leave it as up to three, the market's going to help us decide where that's going to be. We don't know.
and we don't know what's available in terms of like properties. We don't even really fully know how these zoning overlays will end up limiting the opportunities. So there may only be one realistic spot in some of these, but maybe none in some of these areas. We just don't know that yet.
Yeah.
So I kind of agree with you, Mr. Mayor. I think I understand why staff would like more specificity, but I think leaving a little bit of it open is maybe makes sense.
Right, I'm going to second your motion. I don't think we had Tyler was not quite sure, so.
Okay.
Mind, Tyler, may I second the motion, or would you still like to?
Yeah, so I guess I'm still a little bit unclear exactly what it is. But if I could just offer, you can second it, that's fine. If I could just offer maybe one thought here as we're having the dialogue, is it helpful for staff if we say we allow up to 2 in one of the specific plans? So as they're moving forward with the work, we're doing worst case scenario, not to say that we're going to have 6 retail, but it allows them to do the work in a way that if we ended up choosing 2 in one business district, it provides for that worst case scenario.
To answer that, probably the worst case scenario would be 3 in one district. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that would be your worst case analysis.
That seems very saturated, but okay.
Yeah.
I don't see, is that realistic? Do people see 3 cannabis stores in one?
Well, you have 3. I think you have 3 on Broadway and Seaside.
Well,
I know you have 2. I think you have 3.
My point was for the CEQA analysis and for the downtown plans and various business plans. Kim, our wonderful community development director, says she has to do worst case scenarios, as then come up with alternatives if we do have to do an EIR document. Well, obviously, if we say 3 is our maximum, then that's worst case scenario if they all ended up in one district.
Yes.
I'm missing something. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So motion one more time, please. It's been revised again.
I think that's a good idea. So, okay, what I've got is the city council would direct staff to move forward with the roadmap, including consideration of permitting 3 or fewer cannabis dispensaries in the downtown, except Alvarado Street, Lighthouse District, Cannery Row Business District, except Cannery Row itself, and then to discuss North Fremont and Cannery Row at some point in the future.
All right.
Right.
Motion's good. The seconder is me. I'm fine. Everyone understands the motion. You don't have to vote for it, but at least we understand it. Any more final comment?
Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Ed?
Yeah, interesting watching this, and I hope people still think that I have a voice, even though you know where I'm going to vote. But I just wanted to clean up a little bit of stuff from tonight. People still, see me talk. My network's still very much alive, and not all of it's law enforcement, but many stories still come out about especially children and how they struggled with marijuana use. So I know that this dispensary thing is the wave, and many of my council members may be pursuing it because of the tax revenue. So I hope this works out. And as this proceeds, I'm still going to be participating in trying to insert some voice so we craft something that's going to be right, because we still have to protect our community in the right way, because we still are in charge of land use, and we still have a strong voice in what we say in terms of what matters in the boundaries of Monterey. I would hope that we will still listen to those that spoke. We reached out. We wanted clarity from last time. We got it. North Fremont spoke very clearly, and they said no. So I hope we'll honor that. The Cannery Row Business Association was very firm. They said they did not want it, but there's been discussion tonight about trying to do some carve-outs to try and use some streets, but that's still within the Cannery Row Business Association, and they said no. So please honor those associations that have asked for an exclusion that they don't want to be there. On the buffer, I still strongly encourage that a buffer include parks, centers, my museum, anything that is going to touch that buffer needs to be at least 600 feet away from that buffer when it's dealing with child serving, youth serving locations such as parks, my museum, and centers. So please, let's protect the youth, keep them further away from it. I think we're ready for the vote. I just want to make sure you listen one more time to the neighborhood associations and take seriously the position of where these are going to be, because it's once one is there, as they say, the camel's got its nose in the tent, and it will be there for a long, long time. And so this is a serious decision as we move forward.
Thank you, and we will count on your input going forward. All right, let's do roll call.
Councilmember Hoppa,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
No.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes. Once again, a really dynamic and sometimes difficult discussion, so I appreciate everybody's viewpoint, and we're continuing on the roadmap. And we're going to take a Monterey 5 break too. It's been a good almost 2.5 hours. So we'll take a break and see everybody back here at 9:30. welcome back. So we will continue. We have one more item. Then we'll adjourn to closed session to finish up what we started this afternoon. But we're going to hear the city manager's update on COVID-19 response efforts. Without further ado, we'll turn it over to our Sterling City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is another COVID-19 update that I hoped I didn't have to give you, but the times have slightly changed again. So just a reminder, 522 days since we declared the emergency declaration on March 13, 2020. Next slide, please. The numbers that we are seeing right now in Monterey County are increasing. Today, we counted 36 COVID infections in the city of Monterey. Next slide. Overall in the county, today was a change of 159 cases when compared to the previous day. One fatality was registered. Good news is that 2 folks were released out of hospital care. The presentation that I'm giving you today is focused a little bit on the big picture with respect to the county of Monterey, because these are probably data points that might be interesting. Here in Monterey County, and Nat, it would help if you can take the Zoom screen down there so that the council sees the right-hand side. So we in the county have 53.3% of the population fully vaccinated. To clarify that number a little bit more, you can see that about 66% of the population 18 and older is completely vaccinated. If you go 65 and older, the number is actually at 76% as fully vaccinated. What is happening right now is that the population 12 years of age and older is, which is about 63% of our population, is trying to catch up right now with the vaccinations, and fully vaccinated kids 12 and older is 64.3%. Next slide, please. I share a few data points that the New York Times updates every day. This is what we see in California right now. You see that the numbers are increasing as well. The 7-day average is at 27-29. And you see also on the right-hand side the numbers of vaccination, 18 and up in the state of California, fully vaccinated is 66%, and 65 and up fully vaccinated is 78%. And that is also, as you saw, in line with the numbers in the county of Monterey. Here are interesting maps that might explain also some of the background that our Monterey County health officer might be looking at. In cases of hotspots, you still see here a heat map, and you see where the hotspots right now are in the state of California. And when you look at the next slide, you see in our numbers are at 57 cases per day, or 13 per 100,000. So these are numbers that are qualifying us in the hotspot map at a lighter color. We are not in the real hot zone of those elements, and that might also explain why other county health officer have been a little bit more aggressive in their responses so far. Vaccination status is the same. The darker the color, the more people are vaccinated. And again, you see the county of Monterey having a darker green, meaning a higher fully vaccinated group of people. And if you look at the next slide again, it reflects some of the numbers that I introduced to you a couple of minutes ago on a different slide. Here's another interesting statistic, risk levels. And here you see that we are in a very high risk level as well. while we had different colors with the hotspot area, risk-wise, the CDC tracks us in a high-risk level. And again, next slide, the numbers are just explaining why we are in a high-risk level. We have about 57 cases per day right now, 13 per 100,000 capita. Next slide. This should give us a little bit of better understanding. Cases have increased in Monterey County and are very high. You can also see that our hospitalized COVID patients have increased at the Trump Hospital. We have anywhere between 8 to 12, 13 patients there now every single day. Deaths have remained at about the same level, but here's an interesting sentence. The test positivity rate in Monterey County is relatively low, suggesting that testing capacity is adequate for evaluating COVID-19 spread in the area. And I put that slide up because over the last couple of weeks, I was frequently asked by residents and concerned people, do we have surge capacity for testing? And the response I hear from Monterey County health officials is yes, we have surge capacity. We are feeling good that we have sufficient testing capacity. So on the right-hand side, you see a sentence that everyone knows, that high risk exists for unvaccinated people in Monterey County. And also an interesting statistic is that 1 in 9 residents in our county have been infected so far, 1 in 9.
Wow.
Next slide. I spent some time with you now on a CBS News survey. Trust me, I'm not talking about the big part of their survey was estimating how the governor would pull through the recall. And his opinion among his constituents. This is a poll now that is the same, it was asked at the same time of 1,856 Californian adults interviewed last week, and it was basically asking COVID-related questions as well to show the sentiment of our residents here in the state of California. Next slide. And you will see that 72% of Californians sampled, 1,856 folks again, said 72% said this was absolutely preventable. What we are experiencing right now is absolutely preventable. Next slide. Views about unvaccinated, it becomes more and more important to understand how the views are, because as we are dealing with the outcomes of the current spike, there are expectations also that will be communicated also to governments like us. And 59% think they just put people like me at risk. 57% say they have been misled by bad information. We heard that a lot of misinformation is spread about vaccines, and 57% say, well, those unvaccinated have fallen for that. 47% are very emotional about it, that unvaccinated folks are putting them at risk, and 27% only say, well, it's okay with us if they don't like to be vaccinated. 27% only. Next slide. Should businesses mandate vaccines for employees? Clearly, yes, 67 versus 33%. Clean, black and white answer there. Should vaccines mandatory for healthcare workers? Absolutely. 69% say yes, 31% say no. Should indoor business venues require vaccines for customers? Again, indoor businesses, should they require it? This is not required from the government. 61% say yes, 39% say no. Last slide for my presentation today, and then I'm ready for your questions. Yesterday, we had 21 folks signing up for a vaccine clinic with our fire department. We had 51 vaccinations yesterday. 51 folks came and got vaccinated. So that was unexpected. Like I said, usually when we have 20 signups, maybe 10 showed up over the past weeks. Yesterday, 21 or 23 signed up, 51 got vaccines. Today at the farmers market, we had 27 vaccinations. Actually, wrong number, we had 23, and we gave out 4 doses to other people earlier today. So today were 27 vaccinations, 23 at the farmers market. And that's my presentation about COVID-19.
All right, very good. Can I ask a question?
Of course.
So Hans, in the data that you pulled from CDC and the information you see in the state of California, do you ever see any conversation about those that have been vaccinated and came down with COVID, what type of vaccination that they had? So, you know, there's this debate that I've participated in with some folks in my network, that the theory is that, well, if you got Pfizer and you got Moderna, likely better, because that was the projection and the percentages. If you did the one shot with Johnson & Johnson, they were saying about 65%. So one would then say, well, those that are getting COVID positive and they had a vaccine, gee, wouldn't it be nice to know, is that from Johnson & Johnson or are they others? So is there any data out there where they are discerning and telling us?
Yet, I have not seen that data. That's an excellent question, and I will look for that a little bit more, but I have not seen this on all the sources that I've been looking at. Again, I'm not a medical expert. I just repeat what I hear. The study that is quoted right now the most is the study out of Israel, which had used Pfizer predominantly, and the study out of Israel is not really peer reviewed. Also, the sample size is relatively small, so the talking heads here in the state, in the United States, are always qualifying that with those words that the study is not peer reviewed and it's really a small sample size, but it shows the efficacy for Pfizer really going down, and having Pfizer vaccinated people going into Israeli being infected, more infected, and those numbers were pretty steep.
Yeah.
And I don't want to repeat wrong numbers here, because again, I'm not an expert. I'm just telling you what I saw so far. So the data that I've heard so far only is from Israel. I haven't heard anyone talking about data right now in the United States.
Yeah, and I think it'll become more and more informative as we are faced with a choice of getting a booster, if we choose to have a booster from one company or another. But in all things like this, consult your doctor, please. You know, just don't try and pick up the newspaper and get the answer in a periodical or newspaper on the internet. Contact your doctors and get the answers, but get vaccinated for sure.
Excellent. Any other council questions, or is there any public comment out there, Nat, on this report?
We're going to take a quick look here, and we do not have any hands raised from members of the public.
Okay, we'll close the public comment. Any questions, comments from the council? Councilmember Tyler.
Yeah, I was just hoping that staff could speak a little bit more to kind of what the city plans are. I know that those have been communicated, but just to kind of reiterate those to the public, and then and what the future might hold there.
We went to wearing masks indoors in city facilities, requiring face coverings for all people regardless of vaccinations about, I want to say 2 weeks ago, Friday. And that's the reason why we also sit here in the council chamber, being all vaccinated and having masks on. We're looking at other measures in conjunction, parallel with what other cities are looking at right now with respect to what possibilities we have with our employees. And I would just say stay tuned for further information on that. Inside The county has not issued a mandatory mask requirement indoors. These were all recommendations that the county gave us, and we are staying very close to Dr. Moreno and Monterey County Health Department to be very connected and understanding what they might be planning in the foreseeable future. My personal impression is right now that they are really looking at all the data points and the numbers and are feeling until now not compelled to do anything extra right now.
I could just do one additional follow-up on that. So I think more specifically, a policy that's being floated around is the idea of requiring vaccine in order to show up into the workplace. So I just wonder if you could speak a little bit more to that.
Yeah, we are considering that.
Okay. What's in that? What is in that consideration? Like, what's going on in that? I guess is a little bit more information would be helpful.
You broke up. Can you repeat the question?
I'm just wondering if you could speak a little bit more to it. What's holding the city back from moving forward with that versus executing on that now?
So let me paraphrase it to give you a different answer. Monterey County had the Board of Supervisors vote to implement a vaccine mandate. That was an interesting decision, but there has been also no follow-up yet on the county side with respect to the actually implementation of that. And the actually implementation of that in Monterey County as well in the city of Monterey is really a complex process that will involve meet and confers with the bargaining units. And I think that is different than working in a private industry where you do not have the complexities. So my example for the Monterey County is an example that basically says there was a decision made, but until now there has been not a follow through. You see the same in the city of San Francisco. They made a strong statement of everyone has to be vaccinated, but nothing in the background has been yet implemented. As a matter of fact, we're following those discussions pretty closely. We think that the San Francisco timetable will probably go into early January 2022 until there might be something figured out. So while I try to be diplomatic right now with my answer to you, I can share with you that we are considering steps as well.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, unless there are no other questions, we can go on to council comment.
I'll start.
Councilmember Dan?
Yeah, sure. So this weekend, our Rotary Club, we're down at the auctions and we help out with the auctions. In return, the RM auctions gives us money so that we can give it back to the community. So we work for roughly about 5 days, 5 to 6 days. And the reason I bring that up is that I was there for 3 or 4 days down at the conference center, and I wanted to give a shout out to our conference center staff, especially Doug Phillips and his staff. It was very well organized. It was clean. It looked good and made the city look good. So thank you very much to the conference center staff for putting together such a good thing going on down at downtown Monterey. The second thing is that I brought up the Last Chance Mercantile only because I sit on the Monterey Regional Waste Management. They reopened, which is great. So if you have anything in your garage, please take it out to the Last Chance Mercantile, which is great. I'm emptying my garage this weekend. But the most important thing is that it was turned over to the Veterans Transition Center. Now they run the Mercantile, which is we're very, very fortunate and excited about what they're doing. And they've already gone through the building and they've renovated it. It looks great. So thank you very much, VCT. The last thing is, during the week when I did work downtown, I got quite a few, and I mean quite a few people from neighbors and actual people from the city of Monterey that were a little disappointed at the cleanliness of the downtown area. And they felt that with so many people and visitors in town that the downtown would be in a much better shape and cleanliness. So it would be nice to see if we can get a report from the staff on what the Downtown Business Association is doing with the cleanliness of Alvarado and what the city plans on doing in partnership with them to see if we can make our famous downtown area look really nice for everybody, not only our neighbors, but also people that visit the city. And then the last thing, and I mentioned this before about, I don't know, a year ago, I've worked with a lot of boards and just a few councils, but I have to say that the five of us, I'm very proud of working with all of you. I think we do such a great job working together as a team. We may not all agree on subjects like tonight, but we seem to always come to a very respectful ending, and at least we move forward in together. So I'm very proud to be a part of this council. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Councilmember Tyler. Council comments tonight?
I will second Dan's comments as he concluded there, and I'll leave it at that. So thanks for your comments, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Allen.
Yeah, just wanted to let folks know MPC has opened up this week, and I personally am now teaching in person again. I just did not really enjoy teaching online. Instructors had the option of whether they wanted to teach in person or continue to teach online. So I think there's a whole mix, and I think students themselves are trying to figure that out right now. But we do have a mask mandate. So just like the city, students, faculty, and staff in indoor areas on campus must be wearing masks, and that felt good. That felt right. We're also, our bargaining units are going to be meeting with our administration to discuss the idea of sort of vaccine requirements. So appreciated Tyler bringing that up with the city, and I think that's really something that we need to discuss with our labor partners and figure out, what makes sense for the city community, and we're going to be doing that at the college as well, and figuring out if that's the way we want to go. So those are my comments, and enjoy working with you all, and enjoy working with our city staff.
Good. Thanks for that info on MPC. Councilmember Ed.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I want to echo a comment that was made earlier from one of our callers congratulating the Monterey Police Department and the entire city staff for their efforts in Auto Week. We can think back to 2018 and 2019 when it was full, and we missed 2020, and then to see 2021 come off without a hitch. Not the largest crowd, but it was a crowd, and it looked like a lot of folks were having a good time. But thank you very much for the enforcement efforts that Monterey PD put out, and their extraordinary efforts on their continually doing community education and outreach and keeping the community informed about what they're doing. We really appreciate it. But thank you for everybody that worked the volunteers like Dan and other social service groups that helped out to make that work all across the peninsula. I also heard about the downtown, and I want to also take the message back to OMBA because I serve on that board as a liaison for the city council, and I'll bring that comment back to Rick Johnson on OMBA because they have a part to play in terms of some of the cleanliness downtown. So I'll talk to Rick about that as well. I did notice that since the farmers market started, the day after the farmers market tends to be, a harder day downtown, as well as the restaurants as they've opened up and they're continuing to serve outside. So we can look at some solutions for that, but it's definitely important in all areas of the town, especially a concentrated area. like downtown, and we get a lot of wind. So everything gets blown all over the place. Also, I noticed that Monterey High School is back in session, and boy, you can tell, because if you happen to hit Pacific Street or Jefferson or Martin Street at just the right moment. So welcome back, Doors.
Go Doors.
Go Doors. Good to see you back. And for those of you that are trying to navigate to the parking lots, consider dropping your kids off a little further from the school and let them walk. It's good for them. Make them walk up the hill. But drive safe around the schools, and that goes to all schools around the peninsula. Be careful because the kids are back in session, and moms and dads are trying to get them there. So drive safe. The last piece is on a serious note with the activities that have happened in the Middle East with Afghanistan. As we've seen things start to come apart, I want to just especially call for the recognition of any veteran. And if you're feeling that you're frustrated and you need to talk to somebody, and now's the time, reach out to any one of our number of veterans associations, and especially something like the Veterans Transition Center. They have some hotlines open. Please reach out and talk to them. I'm the father of a veteran, a brother of a veteran. Both my brothers were, and my father. So I do know a lot of veterans, and I know what they're talking about and what they're feeling right now. So don't go it alone, and don't turn to go to a bar and just drink. It's okay to get mad, you get frustrated, disappointed, but reach out to some friends and talk about it. As we watch the news, it's frustrating, but we want to recognize that all the efforts that they did in this last 20 years was for honor, and they served us well. So reach out to talk to your fellow veteran.
And I thank you for that, Ed. My computer died, so I'll have to remember what I was going to share with you guys. No, and that is, we had a water management, Monterey Peninsula Water Management District meeting last night. I'm the mayor's rep, and I've suggested that seat rotate every 2 years because it's a lot of work. It's a really good, bright board. And so it's a couple things are going on. The Water Management District has applied to LAFCO for the approval to exercise its latent powers to become a possible public water agency, that is to purchase and distribute water. So LAFCO staff recommended that it go forward. The board requested a peer study of the feasibility study on the figures. So the Water Management District did go ahead and vote for that. And secondly, this was absolutely a fascinating discussion, and that is Monterey One Water, which Tyler serves on for us, and the Water Management District and CalAm are actually in negotiations for a water purchase agreement for the second phase of Pure Water Monterey. That's recycled water. Sorry about all the acronyms and titles and so on. And so it's good news in that the three parties are looking at a water purchase agreement, and CalAm is at the table. And like any other negotiations, maybe similar to our discussion this evening, there's a lot of work to be done, but at least it's ongoing. And so that was quite a discussion last night of what the water purchase agreement should have in it. So I'm hopeful that Monterey One Water and the Water Management District and CalAm realize that we're serving the ratepayer and we're serving the user of the water, and that they can get together and get a water purchase agreement. And the desal plant was a peripheral discussion last night, but there's all that dynamics. But the whole point was, come on, folks, we're doing this for our water users. We need the water. So I'm hopeful. City manager reports?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was mentioned, Carwick was mentioned. Yes, I agree. It appeared to be a little bit lighter this year. The car auctions also had not as many cars as in previous years, but one of the elements that made this car week different was we really received very, very few complaints at the city manager's office. Usually we hear a lot more, and one of the causes that we heard a lot less is probably that our plan that we implemented in 2019 for the first time, and then we refreshed it for 2021 with respect to car owners that take the chance to come here to Monterey and disobey traffic laws. Our police department was fully mobilized on Thursday with about 10 officers each night present until Saturday night. We conducted 241 traffic stops, issued 184 traffic citations. We towed 5 cars, and we arrested also 3 folks for various reasons. One, I think, was for excessive speeding. So the word spread rather quickly among the customers that drive exotic cars and are prescribing to the fast and furious living style. And we had a very good handle, and my thanks goes to the police department. I know Lieutenant Gabe Castor worked one of those nights as well, so thank you for that. It was a great plan that we refreshed and perfectly executed. The Governor Newsom is being recalled. The election is going on as we speak right now. We have a ballot drop box in front of the library. Monterey County Weekly also has an interactive map that shows you where all the drop boxes are in Monterey County. And I just want to say they are probably double the number of drop boxes that the state of Texas will have in the future. And last but not least, I told you we have an increase in vaccine. We see people are more coming to that, and we will continue offering vaccination clinics on various levels. Whoever wants a vaccination clinic, we will make it happen. That's all.
Okay, thanks. You know, on the sample, the ballot, so I got it and I opened it up, and there are 2.
Yes.
One's a sample ballot, and then the other one is your real ballot, but they look exactly the same.
Yep.
Until you kind of look, which one is what? Because they both say official ballot on the top. So I'm thinking, oh goodness, people are going to be sending in the thinner paper, and instead of the real one, I predict that's going to be a mess.
Yes. Yeah.
I couldn't, yeah, that was just, yeah, you saw it too.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you. We're going to adjourn to a very brief closed session, I'm hoping. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, council and staff and public, for making another really an informative, polite, and productive meeting. So we're adjourned to closed session.